on the round. And a bit of a tech pause here as I try and give you the best broadcast possible, guys. Guys, by the way, if
Yep.
you haven't already, make sure to follow our socials. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch for our coverage of the esports circuit by Predator. And if you haven't already, make sure to join the Discord. Yeah, you have a chance to win some giveaways. We have some events ongoing and lined up as well. And the only way to stay tuned, really, is to join the Discord. Malay nyo,
Yeah.
mahanap pa kayo ng bagong friends doon. I found Josh there.
Friends, okay, friends. I thought you were gonna go somewhere else with that.
What? Where am I gonna go? Yes, find people to play Valorant.
The last time that there was a giveaway on the Predator XP Hub, actually the grand prize, when you're on the top of the leaderboard, was a trip to Seoul, actually,
Wow.
to watch VCT Pacific. So
That's crazy.
If you can win that, if that's a prize, what else could be a prize, man? I mean, we have champions coming up in Korea, nonetheless. I wouldn't
Oh,
be
yeah.
surprised if maybe the next prize would be going to champions and watching, right? I'd love
Maybe.
to watch that.
Maybe, but the current one, Josh. Let me tell you about the current prize. We have, anyone has a chance to win a dream trip to the US of A. All you have to do is purchase a Predator notebook today and activate your 1 month PC Game Pass trial to enter the legendary loot raffle. Promo is up until July 31, 2024. Guys, that's only until the end of the month. So make sure to see the full mechanics pinned on the comment below. Pag bumili kayo ng Predator Gaming laptop with the Intel 14th Gen processor, nasa baba na rin yung Shopee link para convenient sa inyo. You have a chance to win a trip to the US. Expenses paid, of course, by Predator. So ano pa hinihintay nyo, guys? If you need a laptop, if you're looking for a laptop, make sure to check out Predator Notebooks.
Yeah. Not something to miss, man. And the beauty of this is, right, this is only the Predator Esports Circuit, right? We have Predator League coming up as well. That's gonna be huge. You remember last year we were we were up in MOA. We were watching. Mochi actually was downstairs, right, casting.
Yeah.
And it's such a
crazy.
huge event, right? Can you imagine
SP19?
if you win the Predator Esports Circuit, you get a direct invite to the qualifiers of Predator League Philippines.
It's crazy. I wonder what the next venue is going to be, what the setup is going to be. But hey, it was a wonderful finals last time. SP19 was there.
It was, dude. SP19
everyone
was there.
Everyone was there. Everyone was there. It was a crazy event. You guys, you're not gonna want to miss that, of course. But it's a ways down the road. It's gonna start after Predator Esports Circuit, so make sure to follow the socials. But stay updated, tayo.
Oh no. Okay. Oh, we were podcasting.
Pa-countdown na lang po, Miss Ali or Direct. If mag... Thank you, Miss
Thank
Ali.
you po.
Thank you. We were talking and talking. It's fine. It's fine. Boop, pari, boop. It's the rain. I think umabot na sa Maynila yung rain. Wala na dito eh. Lumipat na.
Nanggaling yan dito kahapon, dude. It was freaking... It was so strong
moving.
last night, like...
Talaga.
Because we live in a part of Mactan that doesn't flood, right? It's a nice spot.
Yeah.
And it just
Wait, it
turned out that
floods
yesterday...
in Mactan?
in some parts of the island.
Oh.
And we're
And
back.
welcome back, guys. We're back.
Yeah, anyway, in case you guys are wondering what we were talking about, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's rainy apparently in TNC HQ, but it was raining earlier in Laguna, and yesterday it was raining in Cebu. So we were talking about, hey, maybe it's traveling north.
Pa-north. Pa-Baguio yung ano ata. Nag-travel pa Baguio yung...
It'll be in
ulan
Pangasinan
natin.
next,
But guys, I hope you guys are staying safe and dry on this wonderful Tuesday afternoon as we are going to continue on with our game number 1 of the second series of the semifinals. It's a bit of a recap, guys. Old Stinky Cat 2-6 up against Oasis Gaming, and in this sort of revenge series, no, Oasis have beaten Old Stinky Cat
OSC,
in a very convincing fashion last time. And OSC, I think they have something to prove this game, so it means a lot for them to win the series.
Yeah, I mean, you got that little, I got a little mix of the storyline, a little bit of a revenge arc for Old Stinky Cat to try and prove that last time was a fluke, right? This is not going to be the last time that we're going to face you, and we are still a threat. I mean, we've seen the score, Old Stinky Cat, when they were still Glab back then. And they did some insane things back. Now we're going to be starting off the next round here. Drone coming out from Wits to get some information. I like the setup though. 0 Point coming out from the KO, getting a little bit more information as Mark is going to be playing first contact. Things getting a little bit easier with the flash being brought out, but Mark starts things out. Aonix first one down.
Yeah, Mark is feeling it today. He's just claiming so much space, taking so many kills. This time, taking a step back, slowing down. And this leaves OSC in a bit of a confused state. Now they have to be careful of that flank down in mid. Dubstep, waiting in the shadows, hoping to find a straggler. They're pulling back a little bit on this B-side rotation, yeah. Now they're going to pull the smokes up. Knife comes out. This should be a dead giveaway that they're going to take control of this site with Oasis pulling out the recon and Dubstep striking against Dizzy. That's 2 players down for free here. Oasis, they're taking control of the map so methodically here. Dubstep might even find one more. Yes, there you go. Owen QT goes down. And B-site is wide open.
It's wide open. It's gone. Like the rotations have been pulled over. They're getting killed
Dubstep.
one by one. No help, no nothing. Right? It's insane how Oasis are playing around right now because there's so much pressure going towards one site. But because of the amount of pressure being brought out to all the utilities, the flashes, the smokes, everything, right? You forget that Dubstep is playing in mid. You forget that there's a presence of pressure. You forget that the Viper is there. And this is why Dubstep has been getting away with murder for the last few rounds.
Yeah, I love the composure from Dubstep there as well. The entire round, he was just outside of Tube, waiting for someone to swing out. I think he found a couple of prey there, 2 people walking straight into his crosshairs. And you could see just how much control Oasis have. They're not letting any space to go in the way of OSC here. They're not letting them rotate, not giving them any clue as to where they're actually gonna hit. And they're confused. They don't know how to react to this playstyle.
Yeah, where do you even go? Where do you even look, right? And now, though, it's going to be a little bit of a different setup. I like this. Luckily for OSC, Dizzy.
Okay.
Now with the follow-up here, Triple Face not going to be working out. No trades whatsoever, so they can back it off. But Dizzy catches, wins, but no! Wins takes the shot! His trigger figure is just faster, bro!
Yeah, it's insane. How you win that duel, I don't know. But Wits...
I don't know, man!
It's a lot of experience under that wing. Wits, as Oasis, look to hit down this A site. What is OSC going to do in response? This is a big gun round for them. And seems like they're going to go for a little bit more of a reserved approach. I like this play from OSC, actually. This is what worked for them in the past. So this should be no different, even with the man deficit. And take a look at the adjustment as well. They're watching for mid. They're watching for where Dubstep might come up. A recon bolt, knife comes out, and that should be the giveaway. Sight getting taken now as the snake bite lineup's going to be there from OSC. Fall X from up above. Flash is still available for this Reyna. Empress available as well. As Kalias dumps a little bit more utility. Dubstep going in for the plant. Post-plant retake this time. OSC 4v4. What can they do?
Going all in, though. You know that it's going to be a little bit harder here. They did expend quite a lot of utility, but now the lockdown's going to be brought out. Here, Hunter's Fury in response, but Owen and the rest of OSC already pushing all the way inside. Cannot see a single thing because of the Hunter's Fury. It's insane how things are being brought out here, but now it's going to be a 2v1 with what can you do? Viper Split going to be brought out to make this a little bit more sure. Getting information. Fight Stick on the inside of the Viper Split, and the 3 kills coming in from Wits. What a god he is. Clutch.
Insane. That round was Wits all through and through.
Oh my, wow.
The coordination from Oasis as well. They used the first bit of the Hunter's Fury there to find a bit of chip damage onto the lockdown, and then the Molly lineup to just break it down. Use Hunter's Fury to get a little bit more map control in the back end of the sites, and then this godly last recon dart on the post plant against the Viper Spit, against 2 players. Wits finds both of them and finds the 8th round on the board for Oasis. 6-round advantage for the Oasis gang, and they're not slowing down. Another A hit here with Dubstep going for the flank.
Yeah, the thing is here, at this point, right, they basically won the half. Right? It's going to be so hard for them to come back, even if they don't get a single round following this one, but the more information being caught out here. It's going to be Eco on the side of OSC. 1 kill already over onto Fall X. Reyna not doing any favors to the OSC core right now, but it's going to be a full-on take. I like this. Flashbang being brought out. Digny, double face, trying to get that kill. No, the trade's coming in. Wits again. 3 kills in his pocket. But a last one, a last hope in the hands of Owen QT.
Yeah.
Guess that one kill over onto Dubstep. That's gonna make them scramble towards where he is.
Okay.
And they see where he's going. Now, one kill over onto Javi. Wits playing on top of Boiler. Not gonna get the timing right, but he does get the 4th kill. Nice and clean. It's gonna be 2-9 here for Oasis.
Last round before the switch.
7 kills in the last 2 rounds for Wits. That's
You
insane
imagine?
here for the Sova. A 9-2 first half. And it could be extended even further here, the lead. Let's take a look at that one more time. Mark, again, claiming so much space. I mean, he does get taken down by Digny, but the trade out from Wits was just wonderful. He got 3 kills there, just trading out his teammates. A spray transfer there, or the crosshair placement rather. Gotta be immaculate for that to happen. And Wits, you know that he's gonna be up for the task. 2-9. Not sure about the state of the weaponry here for OSC, but Oasis, they're looking primed and ready for this take again. Oasis with Mark leading the charge here. Recon darts be thrown out here by Wits again. And Fallex ready to receive with a couple of teammates close here. Actually, everyone. 4 people here in A side. OSC, this is a nice little setup they got here. Pretty aggressive comp, pretty aggressive angles as well. Javi, gotta be ready for the swing. It's not there yet. Mark above, and that's Fallex with a dismiss. Gotta be able to find a kill and a half as Mark dashes in. Finds Fallex. That's gonna be the arena down. 2 players detained. That's the site. Still being controlled by Mark here as he finds all these angles from up above. Ionix find a kill, and it's a 3v2 on the post plants. Spike not taken down yet though, as Javi struggles to take control of the site, but
Oh, the timing from
again.
Dubstep again.
Strike from the shadows. He's gonna be coming in
Last
from
player
mid. Dizzy
standing.
not ready, and that's Dubstep on the flank.
Last
Again,
player
the savior of
standing.
this round, but Ionix find a killer for himself. It's a 1v1 for the ages. Javi not able to save the round. It's a clutch for Ionix, but at what cost? A 3-9 first half in favor of Oasis.
Switching
And
sides.
at least they stopped the bleeding at the very last round, right?
Oh yeah.
If you're in the head of OSC, they win that last round before we switch over to the next half. And that should be a good factor for their morale to, actually move forward a little bit, get a little bit high, get the vibes up and such, right? Because I think right now, it's just that Oasis have so much control over the game that any kind of foothold that OSC, that old Stinky Cat can pick up, can get a boost on, would be so important here, especially since they have to come back through at least 6 more rounds if they can get those in a row. But of course, step number 1 is going to be the pistol.
Yeah, and the silver lining is they won the last round of that first half. I mean, a lot of the times that momentum can be translated to that pistol round where it's essentially fresh grounds for both teams. The question is, what strats does OSC have in this attacking side? Remember this icebox. Those strategies that come into play here, especially on the attack, is really what makes the difference. So you could argue that ball is now in the court of old Stinky Cat, especially if you consider their comp. They have a Gecko on top of 2 duelists. So that's a ton of space taking utility, which so far they haven't found yet. They haven't found any space to crawl into yet.
Yeah. And I think this also brings us back to the reason why it's usually a double initiator comp when you see it on Icebox, right? It's why Oasis have KO and the Sova here. It's because they can get so much more information without having to risk their manpower on the way in, as opposed to how how old Stinky Cat have to play a little bit more risky, knowing that things are not going to be in their favor. But of course,
Plant the spike.
first contact gonna be Mark, first man down. Good
Yeah.
step forward for them, and now it's gonna be pulling over the rotations from mid.
30 seconds left.
All the
Everyone down
utility
in
being
the
brought
side.
out now.
OSC making a lot of noise. Here comes a Killjoy setup being used up. Wall goes down, and that should signal the first couple of contacts here. Fallex swinging out. Here, unavailable. He's just taking control of default here. 14 seconds left. Dizzy has to be called upon to get the spike down, but he does
What?
get denied of it. It's
Wait, the
only
time!
Fallex on the board. Time is gonna be enough here. There's just one left, and it's Kelly S down for the count. The flawless old Stinky Cat. I love the way they played that side take. It was so clean. No one going down. Flawless, actually.
It was so clean the way that they were moving on forward. I like the protocols that they had, right? Every time they moved to take a major region of space, they always throw out one of the initiator utility, right? You have Dizzy, you got Wingman as well, and then of course the flashes coming in from the Reyna, from Fallex to get that space. And I like how they didn't over push. right? Yes, they do have a jet, but you can't overpush with this specific agent composition. And that's why they need to be a little bit more methodical when it comes to actually taking the sites.
And that they did. A very methodical take there from OSC. Rewards them off this bonus round. What do they have in the bag here, though? I mean, they're still playing very reservedly. They're expecting a push from Oasis. I mean, that's how good the conditioning is from Oasis. Even on round number twos, Old Sticky Cat is expecting them to be aggressive. That says a
Look at this
lot about
five
their
stack,
play
man.
style. Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna be well, I mean, yeah, they are gonna be on an eco, but of course, the most important thing here is for OSC to be able to start that momentum, right? It's the second half. They're so far back, so far behind on points here that every round counts. They don't want to give any free rounds to Oasis, and luckily for them, right, on Oasis playing five stack over on one side. I'm actually surprised that Old Sticky Cat have not explored other parts of the map. Because look at this, they're actually walking right into the ball of
Ah,
death.
this is very risky.
Dude, that's
I can't
30
blame them.
equal.
They don't have a clue. That's a
They're
bit of
ready for it.
information. Swing out.
Oh!
Nice little setup there into the flash and the double. Mark find a couple. No QT finds a piece with his Vandal, but Dubstep puts his toes into this fire. And he finds a kill for himself. A 2v3 Oasis. They're making it happen here. Digny, bit of a pinch as everyone pushes him down, but he finds a couple.
Digny.
The Vandal making it happen, but it's a 1v1. Mark
seconds
has
left.
found an upgrade. That's a Bulldog in his hands. Gonna be able to get the plant down, or is it gonna be denied by Mark? That's the Bulldog.
Oh!
Digny, by the skin of his teeth,
Nice,
saves
Digny.
it.
Thanks, little man.
Finds the round. That's 5 on the board for OSC.
Man, dude, okay.
That's crazy. Yeah,
That
that's
round,
fine.
that is insane.
Yeah.
At the last possible second, right? Digny pops up, gets the 3 kills. Just when you think he's running out of space, running out of time, there are people coming at it from all angles. And this spray transfer with one singular mag to clean up this round. But Matt, I think this is a precursor for things to come. Right?
Yeah.
Knowing that they were on an eco here, Oasis did so much damage. I
Oh,
like
yeah.
the trap play they had, right? As soon as the turret from Javi got some information, they threw out the flash, and it was a nice peek out, right? The trap plays from Oasis here,
Beautiful.
great, beautifully set up. They didn't even need
Yeah.
a gun diff to win that round.
Classics across the board. And all they needed essentially was a flash and a Killjoy turret. So wonderfully executed there. Thankfully, Digny came in clutch for that round. Essentially an even playing field on this round number 3 here. Makes you wonder what Oasis is planning to do. It's a lot more of a standard approach here for Oasis. If you noticed earlier, so defense, no, OSC have a lot more reserved playstyle. They were playing a lot for the retake, but Oasis taking a lot of a more standard approach towards this A side defense. A couple of players towards B. Killjoy set up there as well. As Fall X slowly makes his way towards this mid, executing
Heavy
into that
mid.
yellow position. But Javi goes
What?
hunting. Shuts down Dizzy. Dubstep finds a one as well. And Javi on the board again with 5
Enemy
HP
remaining.
and a kill. That's Javi on the 3K. That's the Sentinel of Oasis for you. As they take their flawless here in the second half. Double digits secured for Oasis game.
The stalwart anchor for Oasis, man.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing gets past them. Dizzy on top of the tube didn't matter. Owen, the high-low setup wasn't even there. He was able to break it before anything happened here. It's insane. And now Oasis, they're 3 points away from getting the first map, the first step to get themselves over into the grand finals later today.
Yeah, looking stellar. And their recent success reflects that, Josh. I mean, haven't dropped a single series in the current iteration of VCT, so you could definitely say that this all duelist comp is certainly working out for them. Oh,
Oh!
until Fall X finds the head of that spear, finds Wits as well, with just a Guardian, no less. Kelly, yes, gonna be able to trade him out, but Dizzy counterpunch is there. So KO down, a 4v2 in favor of OSC as they march down into this A site.
Nice and clean,
One
though.
enemy remaining.
One last attempt coming in from Dubstep to try and get at least some kind of boon, right? Some kind of consolation for this round. Didn't even work out here, but of course, with one man left standing, I don't think there's much to do here. It should be a save call. So at least for OSC, they've stopped the beating, continued to move forward. Yes, we started with a 6-round deficit up against Oasis, and now they're only 5. Should be, yeah, it should be 5. No, it's gonna be back to 6 after this round. Wait, the math is not mathing for me. Okay.
You and me both, Josh. I mean, let's just see after the round
Like, right,
is done.
it's a Tuesday afternoon. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
not mathing at this hour.
Yeah, especially when it's cozy training, guys. I just want to frag out in Valorant. I don't want to think of numbers, but speaking of numbers, it should be a 6-10 conversion here for OSC.
No, it's 4. It is 4.
Yeah, 4.
What is going on, dude?
So they're moving up. OSC. They're at least they're chipping down on the advantage here with Folex.
Wow.
Nice way, beautifully
You see that?
swung there into another tap. But that's the problem that I'm seeing here with OSC. They need one of their players to pop off if they're to find success. I mean, the last round it was Digny, and then here it's Fall X. They have to stop relying on their players and more towards that strat. And the
Yeah.
question is are they going to be able to find that rhythm now?
And look at this aggressive push, right? You got the 0 point and Dizzy being brought out to get Mark on the angle. He has been denied. They
Wits.
do get a little bit more information. Wit spotting 1 out. With risky there. They're going to be backing off. And they're already calling on backup, right? 3 people on site with dubstep holding over towards mid just in case there's going to be a little bit more pressure. But way that OC have been playing it, yeah, the drone should be getting a lot of valuable information here. ONQT spotted out. No one else though. Should be nice and easy for OSC to break this angle if they can, but no utility. Dude, they're bidding out so much from Oasis right now. Recon bolts, drones being brought out already. There's the 0 point as well, which should be gone for a while. Thresh now gonna be brought out there, denying any kind of vision for Mark. He's gonna get it off that angle nice and quick.
Yeah. With the help of the Gecko util, they're going to be taking control off the site, but not completely. And look at the Oasis. Everyone's essentially here. The only one that's left anchoring mid is their Killjoy, but everyone else in the back end of sight, the moment they strike into this A side push, should be a retakeable position as Fallex finds Wits. Kelly S. The step on the board, and Kelly S. again make it a double.
Digny?
Oasis are down to 1. Digny pops up again. It's a 1v1. 48K is gonna be able to win the round. Digny, the heroics just not enough, as that's Oasis 11 on the board.
And again, this is the problem, right? You can't always depend on heroics. You need to be playing as a team. Yes, you should have the potential to pop off, but when you depend on that and only that, that's where the problem begins, right? Because this forces your players to be on flow state all the time.
Yeah.
You cannot be at 0%. You cannot be at 50. You have to be at 100. And I think that's something on the macro level that OAC really needs to work on within this series if they want to be able to move over into the grand final.
Exactly. I completely agree with that sentiment. It's all about the map control, how you move and play around it. Digny has been phenomenal this entire series.
He has.
Suffice to say, it hasn't been enough. Still a 5-round lead here for Oasis, and they're inching closer and closer to match point here. And you can see the cracks in the armor of Oasis. You can see them faltering every now and then, just like this, as Dizzy takes control of that back end of the site. Wits, though, gonna be striking back as he shuts down the enemy jet. Mark makes noise with the operator, but no luck so far. It's Wits to shut down Fall X. The flank wars again has begun. Dubstep spots out the enemy Killjoy.
Scanning ahead.
Gonna be knowing that there's one anchor down in the flank as Oasis. Gonna be striking from both ends of the spectrum here. Wits on the 3K. Digny goes down. There's no heroics anymore for the Gecko, as the Onyx gonna be able to find one, but the fuse halfway done. Mark with the final swing on the op, and that should be match point for Oasis.
Yep. Map point now gonna be brought out for Oasis Gaming. And look, even at this point, they're still orb maxing, dude. you have to appreciate how they did this retake, right? They took 1 point of space, everyone else posted up again for the trades. Then they really took it step by step, right? The flowchart is flowchart. And
Josh, hold on,
it's just so nice, right? The team plays perfect. Even here, with the Wits doing everything, he still has his entire team behind him, right? The layers of defense and offense from Oasis are impeccable today.
Hold on, Josh. Did you just say orb maxing?
Nah. We're not gonna go there, dude.
My boy keeping up with the lingo. I like it. Okay. Orb maxing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I might be old, but I don't look old, right?
Hey, if you talk like that, you're gonna keep looking young. Anyway, anyway, Wits is I'd like to say space maxing. As he used his Aldrome there. But I gotta appreciate the angles that Wits takes as the Sova. I mean, I can't think of any other Sova that plays like this. Look, he's above pipes as Mark finds own QT.
No, no, no. Wait, this is actually insane. Look at that. Null command.
No one knows.
They don't know. They're unaware.
Oh,
Spike
finds
down
one.
A.
That's it. Spike down in A. Oasis uses the null command, but it's essentially just down to dubstep. He's gonna have to take the long scenic way around.
I got the spike.
Coming in from A main. Up against the two duelists
One
here.
enemy remaining.
Dizzy and Fall X. Both up against dubstep. What can this Viper do? I mean, I think at this point they should expect the lurk from dubstep.
Toxins going up.
I mean, they should. Although there is still gonna be a bias towards mid. You can see the angle being taken by them. I think
Oh, yeah.
some flashbacks of the first half where dubstep just keeps showing up in mid would probably
true.
be the reason why. But I like that they played all the way in the back. But no, Folex is not ready.
Oh, my
Again,
gosh.
gonna be a fact-finding mission for dubstep. 1v1. Unfortunately, he might be walking into the wrong angle here. Looking up
Timing.
towards Raptor. Dizzy's right down. Oh! And he almost got it, but it's not gonna be
Yeah.
enough. 7-12 OSC continue to extend this first map.
Yeah. And almost just doesn't quite pull through here as Dizzy able to trade him out. And a wonderful job from Paul X and Dizzy there playing that 2v1 really well, particularly for Dizzy.
One enemy remaining.
He's got the angle quite right against that dubstep there and got the 3K to top it all up with. 7-12, they keep themselves alive here, old Stinky Cat, but they have to do it, Josh, 5 times in a row. And ever so slowly, their util slowly starting to be used up.
Yep. A couple of ultimates still in the hands of Oasis, though. I think they're trying to play this as close as possible, right? You can
They're
see,
stacking.
yeah, 4-man stack over towards A. I think they're gonna be betting on.
Uh,
No, the
Mark-
Blade Storm doesn't work out, but the trades are there, dude.
Yeah, Wits and Kelly just find a couple of kills. They don't even need the Blade Storm for now. Remember, this is sort of an eco here for Oasis.
Right here.
Stinky Cat, this is their round to lose. This is their game to lose. As the Empress gets activated by Fall X. Has to come up massive here with just 40 HP remaining. To their name, doesn't have a flash. But they're going to try and push up. Fall X, there you go. That's the heal coming up. But Wits finds Owen. And up above, Fall X can't find nothing. It's Wits
Defenders
again.
win.
Coming up huge with a 3K. And Oasis take Icebox.
A pretty competitive first half, but not that much on the second half, if I do say so myself. So that's going to be a nice, clean first map coming in from Oasis Gaming to get themselves in the lead of this best of 3 series. Nice. And I wouldn't say it's satisfying to watch. I feel like OSC needed maybe a couple more points. Things would have been a lot easier for them to make it at least a little bit more clean, right? A little bit closer towards overtime. Because there were a lot of slip-ups from this team, which Oasis were unfortunately able to abuse, right? The lack of information on mid, the map control just being thrown around willy-nilly by OSC, and a lot of maybe some miscommunication in the protocol for OSC.
Yeah, and I think it boils down to a lot of the fundamentals as well, right? If you remember the first half of this game here, Oasis, I mean, particularly that first round, they just triple swung with no util. And I think that's the one thing that is essentially better for Oasis's playstyle is they are much better at playing the fundamentals of the team mechanics. I mean, if you take a look at the duels, Fall X, Digny kept popping off. But when it comes to the full-on front to back, to use League of Legends terms there, it's just not the same level here between Oasis and OSC. In fact, Oasis is giving them a masterclass, especially on the attacking side. I mean, take a look at this. Digny, a lot of effort of winning these duels, but ultimately just not enough, because at the end of the day, it's a 5v5 game. Single duels are just not going to cut it.
One enemy
Yeah.
remaining.
That's why it's so important to have a real idea of how your team plays. But also when you watch how Oasis plays, right, you have to appreciate as well. They have all these set plays, the trap plays they have, and they have so many different looks. Wherein, yeah, we're gonna start out with an aggressive drone on A or on B or on the other side. But that being said, of course, there has to be an MVP crowned for this game. We had some great performances across the board, but for map number one, it's gonna be
Oh,
going down to its one man here with 23 kills, 12 deaths, and 3 assists. That's almost a 2.0 KDA, man.
yeah, and you could see the confidence exuding from Wits there, particularly
Oh
in that
yeah, dude.
defense side. He was playing through pipes, super aggressive down in A main, and consistently finding success, which is something odd here. I'd like to say for OSC side, at some point you should have expected that Wits or anyone else from that roster, even Marky, was gonna come up and be aggressive in that A side, but. It seems like OSC just never got the hang of getting the read from Oasis. Instead, it's the other way around that's happened. And Oasis, it seems like their trend continues here, at least for now. It's still, guys, a best of three. So Old Stinky Cat definitely still can come back from this should they win the next couple of games. By the way, let me tell you a little bit about the Predator Intel 14th Gen series experience, the next generation of gaming with AI in the Helios Neo 16, powered of course by the latest 14th gen Intel Core processor, available now in official Predator concept stores or authorized resellers near you. Of course, guys, if you want to stay updated in the current happenings and everything lined up in Predator's events, make sure to join the XP Hub Discord. And it's your chance as well to win a trip to the US. All you have to do is purchase a Predator notebook today up until July 31st and activate your 1-month PC Game Pass trial to enter the legendary loot raffle. Promo is extended sabi ko nga, until the end of the month, and all you have to do to see the full mechanics is look at the pinned comment down below and buy the notebook today, guys.
Yeah. Wow. That's going to be the first map of the series. I think that might be a precursor to the second map. I don't know if there are going to be any secrets coming in for the side of Old Stinky Cat. But with that being said, we're going to be taking a quick break because that map one was a mess. Okay.
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah, it's me, just Suave, here with Data. We'll be right back after this short break.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed. so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all.
Welcome back to the Predator Esports Circuit 2024. It's me, Suave, here with Datum, and of course, in case you guys are just joining us, we had a banger first map of the series. Oasis Gaming are leading 1-0 up against Old Stinky Cat, and now we're going to be going right back into the rest of the series. But of course, with that being said, in case you guys don't know, these teams rather, not us, they are competing for the 100,000 peso prize pool in the Valorant segment of PEC, and that's a huge amount of money.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. All of our teams are already winners. I mean, we have a prize up, and seeing as this is the semifinals, this is the last 4 teams. So winner na mga teams natin dito are just fighting for the top spot. And particularly, these 2 teams are fighting for the final slots in the grand finals, where they are going to face off against Predator Esports. And it is a very hot battle, ladies and gents. I mean, this is not the first time, Josh, by the way, that these 2 teams have faced off. And the last time that they did, Oasis won by a mile. And it seems like the trend so far has been continuing. I mean, that first map was convincing from Oasis.
It was a very convincing, convincing win from Oasis. I think they had a really good start to the game. They started at 4-0, even when Old Stinky Cat started to find some answers to what Oasis were throwing at them. Oasis just had so many looks, such a deep strat book. You could actually see like the different trap plays that would be able to take up map control and so on and so forth. Just perfect all across the board, and not to mention the pop-off moments. With that being said, map 2 is underway in a bit, so we're going to be starting it out on Lotus this time around. A little bit more different, but with Lotus being in the map pool for a while now, I'd expect maybe OSC to be a little bit more strong on this map, so to speak.
I'll tell you what, what's more here on Lotus is Oasis cooking. They cook a lot on this map here, Josh. I mean, they've been coming up with new compositions this year for Lotus, particularly with Wits on the Fade. And it's their map pick, to say the least here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with something new entirely here against Stinky Cats.
Oh, yeah.
But that goes both ways here as well. I mean, Lotus is a map where a lot of teams love experimenting at. I mean, a lot of compositions do come out here in this map. Not a lot this year, particularly in VCL, but we're about to find that out right now. Are there going to be any spicy comps?
Oh.
Not so much.
Not so much. These are some normal-ish comps, these 2 ones, right? So on the side of OSC, we got the double initiator, Dignified and Dizzy, playing as Gecko and Sky. On the other side, we have Oasis with the double controller comp, right? This one's something that we've seen quite a lot, right, with Wits playing on the Fade. But what interests me the most here is the existence of a Sky on the OSC roster.
What makes the difference because of this Sky is the abundance of space-taking utility here for the side of OSC, which is something that Oasis may not necessarily have the liberty of. I mean, sure, they've got a raid. It's not necessarily as safe as something like a Sky Flash or a Gecko Flash for that matter. And if Dubstep pulls the trigger on this Paranoia, that's it. They don't have a Flash anymore.
Ow!
And there you go. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle, I would say, if Wits does go down on this Fade, because there's a lot riding on this Fade being one of the few sources of utility that they have. which in a sense makes this comp a fragile one. But Oasis,
Yeah.
well, we've seen them cook with this comp before, so I won't be surprised if they do so again.
It's gonna be a little problematic though. As soon as this one-way smoke has been thrown out, that's 4 people running at dubstep, right? He's gonna have to be extremely careful here, knowing that that's 4 people right there. But look at this. They've pulled all the rotations from Oasis towards C just as old Stinky Cat are pulling back again, right? I like this that there are lulls in the round. That way it makes it a little bit harder for Oasis to read, especially when things go sideways just like this. Now, here with the Trailblazer up in the front, Fallex takes down Dubstep. That's going to be the first blood for this first round.
Yeah, Dubstep goes down with much of a fight there. Paranoia caught red-handed. Spike gonna go down. Kelly S pushes forward as early as could be. Fallex might have been caught off in the timing here as he slithers towards the side. Kelly S on the angles to watch out for. Goes in, finds Dizzy. Off timing, and Kelly S find a couple. Oasis, that's a good start, but it's a 2v2 now. Javi has to come up massive with Wits already in the site. Mound control is essential. And Digny, the magician, the hero, with the paranoia used up. Wits goes down. That's Digny getting the kill. Javi for the trade. It's a 1v1. Digny jumping across. And Javi saving it. Getting the 3K. This time becomes the hero for Oasis as they pick up the pistol.
So funny.
Just when you thought it was not going to be enough, Javi. This guy pops off.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Right? No utility whatsoever with a paranoia in his face. Despite all that, coming up clutch here. But I like this. This is a good start for OSC. They know how they're going to be taking space in response, trying to find where the utility cycle is situated across the clock, right? As soon as the, say for example, how they pushed right past as the smoke dissipated the one way. And because of that, right, I think they have a little bit of a better read on Oasis this time around, just because there's so much tape on Oasis Gaming for Lotus.
A wonderful angle on that site retake though with Kelly. Yeah, shout out to our observers here in the background, working tirelessly to provide us with the best broadcasts. As we head into round number 2 here, Dubstep with an off angle immediately discovered by the spy cam. As Sticky Cat makes a little bit of noise towards that B site. Makes a lot of sense considering they don't really have a lot of gun pickups. Huge swing. Mark easily deals with that. Wits providing backup, but Mark pick up 3 and the spike control as well. As Oasis hope to push forward, find the last 2 remaining players, but Dubstep, of course, still in that flank. And Owen QT about to receive Wits here. Get the timing quite right, but Ionix and Owen, find a piece, find a couple. Mark looking for the ace. Aww, Dubstep.
Denied by his own teammate. Oh, the betrayal.
By the way, it's a round for Oasis.
A round is a round, man.
Yeah, ace though. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it do be like that, but hey, man, I like how active Mark is starting out here on B.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, B is such an important part of the map, knowing that if you're able to take control of B, you can easily pivot towards either A or C. So that way, because Mark is playing so proactive in this part of the map, it should steer away OSC from starting off their executes there.
Step coming in again on the same angle down in A. Paranoia at the ready. By the way, Mark on the Jet last game, this time on the Viper, but essentially playing the same playstyle is crazy. Getting 4 kills in round number 3. Before round number 3 even is yeah, it's not something common among Viper players, so Mark definitely pulling his weight to say the least.
Yeah,
as round number 3 in the works.
We talked about how this team is 5 duelists, so maybe we shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just stating my observations. But here we go again. Mark on the receiving end of things, just opposite of Mound. That's a YouTube pump. Fallex into the side. Mark finds the first, finds the second. Javi with the molly. Digny inside of the fight as well. A little bit too aggressive for Kelly, yes, but Javi's got him. And Javi's got the kill. So 3K for Javi, a double for Dubstep, or rather for Digny there. But at the end of the day, it's still the 3rd round for Oasis. 3 in a row. Another bonus round denied here by Oasis.
You gotta talk about too how that trap play Should have seen it as soon as they pushed in, right? You had the cyber cage being brought out, if I'm not mistaken. No, they don't have cyber cage, but there was a smoke that was brought out that actually separated the first point of contact from OSC compared to the rest of the team. So Folix just did not have any backup as soon as he got inside of the site.
Yeah, no angles either. So couldn't run anywhere. Was dubstep again. Exact same play. So far hasn't given them much. Hasn't given them much to work with, but they do have the space at least. Look at how far deep OSC's flank is. Has to watch defensively down in B. As Mark again feeling very confident on his C-side hold. That's gonna be the fade util pumped out. The eye not necessarily giving them much information, but it is just the sheriffs this time for OSC. So Oasis has to play reserved.
Yeah, they should. See, the problem is if they play a little bit more too proactive on this specific round, they're gonna walk into 4 sheriffs in their face. But here,
Yeah.
I got a problem being brought out. Some damage over on Dignity, first person to fall here, but in response to triple peak. That's why you have to be careful, man. It's
Exactly.
a wrap.
Yeah, Wits fell for that one.
Wow.
Yeah, swings out from the door, opening up into him quite literally as the 4K is secured. Kelly S taking the spotlight there. That's the second 4K here for Oasis.
And it's, dude, I'm getting a severe case of deja vu. Okay? This is a 4-0 start for Oasis again. All we need now is for OSC to win 1 round and then lose again. And I think then at this point, maybe we're living in a simulation, bro.
Perhaps. You gotta remember, Josh, that this is also Oasis's map pick. They're supposed to feel comfortable in it, and
they should.
They absolutely do look comfortable. Once again, Kelly S assists dubstep with that A main control. It's a bit of a switch up in terms of defense. It's Javi all alone in the side. Seekers comes out, flash nullifies Javi for now. That site gonna be controlled by Fall X and the gang. That's Dizzy for the plant. Oh, denied by Javi. Yeah, nice little spam there with the pings. And here comes the Gecko ult, finding a couple of detainees. Swing out is gonna be there for Owen, but dubstep ready to receive. Owen going down far too early. Fall X pushing on as well. They have to take control of this space. And Wits unaware of how close Fall X is. That's gonna be Kelly S with the showstopper. Another showstopper in the works though. As Fall X not gonna be able to find anyone. A 3v3 on the retake here, Josh.
Be a little awkward though. They're all playing on the inside of the site. All you need to do now is just throw some util in that direction. But the problem is though, whether or not they can get the right timing here. Be pushing on forward inside of the poison orb. Fall X and Digny getting 1 each as they're trying to run down the clock. Javi, last man standing. Not gonna be able to survive here, but it's gonna be Meow. OSC, old stinky cat, with the first round of the game. Now I'm feeling like we're back in Icebox.
Yeah, you said it, Josh. You said it. Deja vu. Pick up the first round in round number 5 here. And the retake was actually very good here. Very well held, rather, by Stinky Cat. Not letting anyone into the side. They played so deep, playing around the showstopper of Kelly S there. Only finding one. Their own showstopper keeping Oasis at bay. And holding onto it for so long, despite not getting any kills, was key here for OSC. Keeping control of that site. This time, dubstep gonna be denied of that TP above the wall in a main. But the high load stack here, finding them a kill. Folix, really good swing though, finding a kill for himself still. As the players of OSC still trying to take control of this A site. A-Link is in their hands for now, but they have to wait for this flank down in B main.
Wits.
Oh.
Oh wait, the timing of this is insane. Gonna push all the way
Owen.
forward. I don't think that Owen should be aware of the timing here. See, he's being brought out, double peek out, coming in from them now. The lockdown in response as well. Pressure coming in from all sides from Oasis and the Nightfall as well. They have to flush out B. And now, I don't even know what they can do here.
Yeah,
They're gone. There's so much space. Now denied here. Kills coming on the board from both sides. 2v2. And now the Spike already have Dizzy gone, and now it's gonna be down to 1 last man. It's gonna be dignified again in a 1v2. now.
Last
Trying to
player
bait out or
Oh!
he actually finds dubstep and Javi! The triple kill from this man. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, another hero play from Dignies. It picks up a 3K and a clutch. This time on the sky. I have to see that one more time. I mean, this is where it began in A main. It concluded in B with Digny again. Coming up massive for the team. Beautiful trade there against Wits. But ice cold composure. Look at that final swing as well on Javi.
Wow.
A single tap onto the head of that player. And Digny saves the round from falling apart one more time here for OSC. This time minimizing the advantage. Only a 2-round lead for Oasis. And OSC, I gotta say, they're looking a little bit better now.
Yeah. I mean, it's better because now they got 2 in a row, right? After map number 1. Of course, they need to continue this momentum moving forward as soon for as long as they can, right? If they want to be able to, of course, number 1, convert this map, and number 3, get the entire series. Now, Falley's first man inside does not get countered. Actually, you saw them doubling up. I think Dubstep was making an attempt to try and get into a better angle, but it just didn't work out, right? Falley's was just way too fast.
And I think he was blind as well, so had no direction as to where he's going to TP. Kelly S ready to receive and see sight though. He doesn't get flash, but he does get taken down. Wits for the trade as he's inside of Waterfall. Just no luck for Wits as Dizzy shuts him down.
I know exactly where you
That's going to be the neural theft as well, just for confirmation. Both players of Oasis in B site. Another beautiful post-plant setup from OSC. This should be a done round for the Stinky Cats.
Yeah, it should be. Already pushing all the way up towards spawn. Javi and Mark trying to find information. I think he's aware though. Aeonix, nice on 1, but the trade is going to be there. 1v3 though, he's going to have to do the most, but I don't think he's going to even make an attempt.
Yeah. Might as well just save the gun. Mark. Viper Spit is available, so they can perhaps invest that in that next round, but certainly not this round, as Stinky Cat put themselves in the best positions they've found themselves in ever since the start of the game here, start of the series here. A 1-round deficit, and I think they have the eco advantage here for sure.
Yeah.
3-4.
3 in a row, good sir. We have broken the pattern. We will not bargain with Darman with this time around. It's going to be prompting out a timeout for the side of Oasis. So it looks like, at least to me, that Oasis seem to have run out of ideas. They need to dig a little bit deeper inside of the strat book to find a way to confuse OSC once again. And of course, they're doing this before the round starts, wherein they could lose that lead, right?
Yeah. And Oasis, we saw signs of them. We saw cracks in their composure in that last game. But unfortunately, OSC just wasn't able to capitalize off of it. But in the round where OSC were consistently hitting their mark, Oasis became a little bit too aggressive. And that's the pattern that I'm seeing with Oasis. Whenever their composure gets tested, they become a little bit antsy, right? And then this... I think this timeout is of perfect timing to deny that. That's where the coaching staff come in. That's where the coaches and the analysts come in and take a bit of a breather. I mean, even if they don't talk about anything sa pause na to, no, as long as they reset the mentality of their players, make sure that they're still in a calm state, they should be good to go here for Oasis. But I can't say the same for their eco. I can't say the same for their eco.
No, we cannot. Dude.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, to be fair, right? The way that the Oasis have been playing, again, is they usually, when it's on a half buy round like this, they do stack up all the weapons on one site or two. Since this is Lotus, of course, there's 3 sites. And you will leave one site a little bit weak compared to everywhere else. And because of that, of course, the task for OSC here, for old Stinky Cat, is to be able to spot out where the weak side is. I mean, look at B site, dude. You got 3 men standing here with a crossfire of all the weapons that they bought, right? So they cannot risk going towards B. And we've seen this earlier, right? Unfortunately, where Mark actually pushed out way too fast from B, which in return, right, in response, old Stinky Cat are not actively pushing towards B unless it's a pivot.
Yeah. Gotta say, though, Oasis love taking control of Rubble here, consistently putting Dubstep in a very aggressive spot. Actually using all of his smokes as well, just to keep them at bay there. It'll be for long as Fallex pushes up with the Dizzy Flash. And Dubstep forced to back off into this A site, calling for reinforcement. Nobody close here. The Zubstep has to fend off for the whole team by himself. He has to find a piece at least, but a couple of ults in his way. Where is he gonna go? That's a showstopper, denying him of
Oh,
anything.
wow.
Caught pants down. That's a site secured here for OSC. Diggy finds Kelly S as well. Right above the heavens, he gets struck down. And Wits with the Bulldog in his hand. But this eco not looking good at all until Wits finds one. Okay. Might be a little bit early to count my cards here, as all remaining players of Oasis still have their guns in their hands. As Hobby is going to be playing down in drop. Back end of the sights. That's Wingman finding a bit of information. TP on through. Bolex can be swinging out and taking down one player. Mark finds a piece, but that's it. Stinky Cats even up the numbers 4-4.
Yep. Not much of an answer coming in from Oasis, but of course, well, did happen on a half buy, right? I'm expecting at least some sort of change here when it comes to the buy round after this one. That being said, though, at least for OSC, they're able to even it out nice and early compared to map number 1. This is a good sign for them, but of course, it's not over yet. They need to continue this. Need to be able to convert this map and even win map number 3 if they want to clinch their spot in the finals.
Absolutely. Here we go again. Kelly S, dubstep. Rubble control. Done. I've secured it already. The problem with this strat, though, is the moment that they leave dubstep alone in that A side, he's very vulnerable to
there's no
to
escape.
a flush. Which is what happened in that last round. But this time, thankfully for him, OSC looking to mimic towards Mound. Aeonix, a couple of kills. Kelly S,
excuse me?
both go down in B main. As the Seekers confirming the position of the rest of the players here of Oasis, as Stinky Cat might opt for a rotate, and that they do, going into B. But
Dubstep's here. This angle is gonna be great.
Oh, not so good now. The Fizzy shuts him down. Onyx with an off angle though. And Aeonix with the strike down. 5-4. Yeah, dubstep. Unable to find anything as OSC find the lead for the first time in the series here, Josh.
In this series, dude, that's saying something. And that's all on the back of Aeonix waiting for the aggression in B. Right? As soon as they got he got those 2 kills, they were definitely gonna be able to think of the fact that there's probably no one else on B, right? If anything, there's a rotation from A, because dubstep's always on rubble, which would, of course, converted that round for them. Now always going to be on an eco with one singular hero rifle, Bulldog in the hands of Mark.
Dubstep again, consistently fighting for rubble, even on the eco rounds. And you can see the amount of respect that it commands here. OSC, they're giving him the space that he is due for now. They got to be extra careful where they tread here. Oasis taking aggressive angles all across the map. And Aeonix expecting a push. And this is a stalemate for now, but who is going to budge first is the question.
A bit of quiet across the map, man. You can see everyone's careful. They don't want to walk into some unnecessary crossfires. We know, right, that Oasis, when they're on the pistol, they take these aggressive angles, these aggressive crossfires, but it's not going to work out this time. Crossfire broken here by Digny, and now it's going to be the entire force of OSC making their way inside of the site. What in the world just happened? Dizzy falls at the hands of Mark, and a second as well, all because of one singular molly. Now the Viper Spit being brought out in response to the push from OSC. They cannot see the spike. Spike is in no man's land. It's now up to Oasis to try and run down this block. Glab or Old Stinky Cat have to play this the very last possible second. The worst part is, man, they don't have any post-plant utility here. It's gonna come down to the gunfights, and Dubstep gets 2 just like that. Aeonix, what can you do in this situation? He's trying to spam it down. He can't find a single thing. And with full confidence, they take this round. The thrifty round out of nowhere from Oasis Gaming.
Wow, the controllers of Oasis standing up to their namesake. Dubstep. Wonderful couple of kills there on top of Mark's immense, immaculate hold here of the side. I mean, take a look at this. One molly, 1 kill, Viper Spit, find another, then Dubstep for the double. What the heck was that? It crumbled. Aeonix unable to find anything off of Mark's triple. and the thrifty for Oasis, man. That's gotta sting. That's gotta hurt for old
That's
Stinky
gotta
Cat.
hurt. Well, that round there, that right there is a tilter. And now
Oh,
we're
yeah.
on even ground again. This time, OSC, yes, they do have the guns up, but Oasis are a little bit more well equipped for the aggression that should be coming out from the old Stinky Cat roster. Problem now, though, again, they're showing zero presence over towards A, and because it's always the same thing, right? They immediately rotate off. They're able to leave only one man inside of A, and the rest will focus on C. And it's been the same pattern again and again. Now though, Nightfall being brought out, a lot of information granted to Oasis, and the retake has begun without the take even happening. Dude.
Wow, Oasis, they're just taking things up a notch as they retake the site before it's even taken by OSC. What a quick response that was.
Round
And I
in
think
the
it's
half.
safe to say that C-Site isn't as successful anymore for us. Let's take a look at that one more time as Javi pops off again. The anchor of C-Site is just consistent here. And they're, by sheer will, they're retaking the lead here, 6-5, with Mark at the top of the kill board here. 12 kills for both him and Javi.
Yeah, you said it, man. Sheer willpower is all they needed. No, you saw all this
yeah.
utility, the Nightfall, everything being committed just to get that retake, and just because of that, now they've taken the lead away from OSC. Just as you think they should be in a bit of a more comfortable spot.
Not anymore. It's the last round of the half here, and they've already lost the lead that they've worked so hard to get. And it's gearing up to be another Seaside push here. But take a look at who's here. It's Javi, it's Mark, it's the two top fraggers, the top anchors here of Oasis. What can Digny do? Can the hero of OSC find something else? It's Fallex taking the spotlight, opening up the site with a kill and a half. That is going to be another one with the detained suppression of Dizzy. And Fallex 3K opens up C. But it's the last round. Kellyes has to use the showstopper to his advantage.
Now it's gonna be a 2v5, dude. They're gonna have to do the
One
most
enemy remaining.
to bring out everything. But the fourth kill coming in for Fall X now with the showstopper. They are aware that he's gonna be over here towards CT. Now, yes, he does get Dizzy, but still 4 more people here for him to worry about. Aeonix cleans this up. We're tied up at the half, 6-6.
Yeah, 6-6. OSC, they're finding their rhythm, they're finding their groove. And again, Josh, they find the last round of the half here. And remember last game, they actually translated that last round win into a lot. they narrowed down the lead to just a few rounds. One would question just how much better they would have fared off if they had more rounds in the bag in the first half. But this time, that's the case. 6-6. And them winning the last round there means that they have a real chance of extending the series into a game number 3. It's all going to boil down to this pistol, of course. OSC. And it's all off the back of Fallex's immense change in momentum. This time he's finding so many more kills as the Rays. And Digny, of course, still is that consistent space taker here, same as last game. But this time, I dare say he's become a little bit more aggressive with the Sky, and I like it. I like this look from Digny and the gang.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Digny is he's usually a scout initiator, which is why I think it's a little bit more different this time around, knowing that he's playing on the flash initiator for his team. So a little bit of a change in role, maybe, you know, to try and accommodate the ever shifting. This is a 6-man roster that OSC are playing with it, and this is assuming, right, that Safe is not playing with them either. And if Safe is still playing with them, that's a 7-man roster. Okay,
Yeah.
man, that's a lot of people you need to adapt to.
Yeah. Which has its own drawbacks and advantages, right? And OSC seem so far they seem pretty good in terms of figuring out the chemistry of at least this iteration of the roster. Well, Digny at least and Fallex both feel very comfortable in their own respective spots. A bit of a tech pause here, guys, as we try and fix up things for the broadcast. But no worries, we'll be back with the game as soon as possible. While we're having a break, guys, why don't you join our Discord? There's a lot of things.
XP Hub.
Yeah, exactly. Predator XP Hub. That is where we announce all of the happenings happening at mode
The
at
happenings
Predator.
happen.
By the way, guys, it's a very rich, exclusive community, so you can find uh, gamers there as well you can play with. It's not
Yeah, if you
limited to
wanna
Valorant as
grind your
well.
ranked games, right? Or yes, we do have a Dota circuit for
Oh
PEC
yeah.
as well. So yeah, we do have Dota players in the community as well. If you're not that, if you're not the FPS type, if you're more of a MOBA player, then you're more than welcome here. Because yeah, we do have weekly public lobbies here. If you guys want to play some custom games with friends, or just look for people to grind ranked with, and Predator XP Hub is a great place to go.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go. Continuation of the second semifinal series here as Dubstep leads the charge into this C side. This time it's Oasis on the attacking side. A 4-stack to come through here as OSC, 3 players in A, 1 in A Link, and Aeonix, the Lone Ranger in C side.
Gonna be hard pressed here.
Absolutely.
That's 4 people. I'm surprised actually that in response we had the Omen on OC actually back off towards B as opposed to strengthening what they already had. But I think they're all very careful of the timing that Dubstep could be taking, knowing that he's already made his way up through rubble. That's why they can't commit too much manpower over towards C, especially since, of course, this is the Cypher side.
Oh,
Like you've got all this utility.
look at the bait being set up by Dubstep. The moment he opened the doors, everyone pivoted towards that A side, opening a window for Kelly S to strike through in. And that's the sight off of that 4-to-1 split play. Beautifully done here. Beautifully executed by Oasis. They take sight just like that. And OSC now forced on a retake, a 5v5. Just control Mound, and Oasis should be good to go. Dubstep holding down the flank. And this is an immaculate post-plant setup. Wits inside of the site might be the factor to consider here as Digny just outside of that field of vision. Wits pops off, finds a couple. And now it's down to 1. It's dwindled the numbers, the war of attrition being won by Oasis. And Dubstep is just gonna have to go to town with it because he's the only one left standing as Dizzy thins out the herd himself. He's got the angle though, got time, and got the space and the aim. That's a bit of an anticlimactic end to that round, but Dubstep either way ends it in Oasis's favor, 7-6.
Wow. Great start here for Oasis on the second half. It did come down to the wire, I will tell you that, but that was a valiant effort from Old Stinky Cat. But I don't know. It might not be anything, right? We're still tied. We started the half tied up, so there's still a lot of space for OSC to make these kinds of mistakes. But of course, you don't want to make these mistakes stack up, because the more it happens, the worse it gets for your team, especially if you want to, especially since they're standing at 0-1 in the series.
Exactly. Everything to lose here for OSC. Oasis, this time a bit of a scattered approach. Kelly S on the full-on Phantom, half armor buy. And Dubstep again. This time a lot more aggression for OSC towards that rubble position. Oh, my mistake. It's actually Mark on the Viper, not Dubstep.
On the Viper, yeah. I forgot that it was Mark actually.
Finds a kill and the second. Nice little adjustment there. The movement, the bob and weave. Beautiful execution from Mark X. Speaking of which, we'll be pushing down into this B site. The execute from Javi and Aeonix. Bring out in the nick of time. Oh, that smoke could be worse there for Javi. And Dizzy makes the most out of that, leaving Mark all alone on this lurk. The Viper, the Bulldog, is gonna be able to do the high-low setup.
High-low.
It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be tough, but Mark is gonna try it nonetheless. 30 seconds is plenty time to work with, but not a lot of space for this Viper, this lone Viper. Yeah, this should be the round here for Old Sticky. Oh, they're both 1 HP. Wait, hold on, Josh. Mark is making it happen. He's chipping them down to one
spray.
And that's one down. And he's made it happen. What? The clutch.
What just happened?
How?
What in the world did I just witness?
I gotta see that again. That's quick. That's insane! I'm lost for words here, Josh.
Spike. One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh!
This was insane.
Oh
Got him
my.
right through the wall. I think there was a lot of chip damage done by Mark as well before he committed to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I don't know where this confidence came from, but that's going to be really important. On the flip side, though, I mean, at least for old Stinky Cat, they did so much damage to the economy of Oasis that this should be an easy conversion for them on the bonus.
Yeah,
I mean, you can hear it, right? The sheriffs across the board.
Be.
Tripwire destroyed.
There's one gun though in the hands of Oasis, at least. That's the Phantom in the hands of Fall X. And the Bulldog that was saved last round by Mark. Just biding their time a little bit here. Waiting for a little bit more information. They did clear up some of the Cypher util here. The trapwire destroyed by the paint shells. Which means that they could rotate towards A site. But I think they're going to commit to
Problem
either
is-
C or B.
Actually, if you see that they're trying to explore more towards B this time around, yeah, that's going to be the alarm bot for Javi. Be sure that no unexpected incidents happen from behind this time around, but the amount of manpower that OSC already have on the sites should be good for them. Problem is, though, this time around, we got this early
30
push
seconds
coming
left.
in from Oasis. I don't know how or what happened, right? Owen is now down. It's gonna be a free Vandal for the side of Oasis. Paul X now gonna be attacking in response, stopping the spike from getting planted. 15 seconds left on the clock, and look at this. Always here getting ready to re-flood over onto the side. And look at the flashes, perfect. Coming in from all sides. It's a bloodbath from
Wow.
old Stinky Cat to stop it. Stop the bleeding for them.
What is that site take? What the heck? I wouldn't want to be in that B site if I was away. Let's take a look at that
Nah,
one more
man.
time. It started off with Thrash, and then OSC flooded from all directions. Man, this is...
Bring it down here.
It's a slaughterhouse.
It's a slaughter. That's what it is, man.
OSC, they take that round. And what way to do it too as well. OSC, nice little read there, converging on the positions of Oasis. They used Thrash to get that information. I mean, they didn't get any detains, but it got them that info, and Fall X just popped off. 7-8. OSC strike back for now. But Oasis, they're dialing back. They're recalibrating their strats for the moment. Another 1-4 split, but this time it's to Killjoy. Watching from the back, it's Javi, which could draw a little bit more attention. Remember, Josh, paulit-ulit na yung Viper yung nagro-rotate dito. No, this Killjoy might be a bait. If nakita na Killjoy to and hindi Viper, it might bait the players of OSC to commit to this A site defense. And so far, that's what's happening.
4 men, though. As soon as they see the... never mind. Javi's gone. Should be a good sign for them to actually look away. You see the immediate rotation coming in from OSC, but the question is whether or not they're going to be there in time.
Yeah.
Cease is going to be finding Aeonix here in the Prowler as well, flushing him out of sight. He has to push the panic button, because now the Viper Spit being thrown out, as well as the Showstopper in the hands of Gilias. It's going to be so hard, so difficult for OSC to retake the site, so they're going to have to throw everything at the wall right now to be able to even get a little bit of space.
Here comes the Showstopper coming through though from Quilies, and he
Oh!
finds Owen QT as he puts himself inside of the Viper pit. Quilies just tracking in from behind. Paul X finds 3 again, and he pops up with his Showstopper, and
what?
OSC have done it again. Paul X at the helm, and they've successfully retaken the site. 8-8, an explosive round for the Rays.
Just when you think it was gonna be over, both raises pop off, but in the end, Paul X gonna be reigning victorious here right after that. And I like this, right? They are aware that there's always gonna be at least one person taking space over towards A. So what OSC did here was to find that one person. Decide whether or not, was it a Viper, was it a Killjoy, right? They find it's a Killjoy, they take him down, and immediately rotate. They go in for backup, and I like this as well, wherein the quick decision making from Aeonix was to back off and wait for his teammates to retake it all together.
Yeah, exactly. He had an extra hand in that retake. And that extra hand is all Fall X needed.
Oh, yeah.
Just one person finding a kill. And he takes care of the rest. That Showstopper, wonderful. Didn't even spot a player, just got the kill. Now forces Oasis to a big slump in terms of weaponry. Just sheriffs across the board. And an interesting approach. A 2-3 split. I think they have Omen ult. this time, which is why they're playing for the strat. But it is the eco, so bit of a questionable timing. Should they decide to pull the trigger on that? Have 3 players stacked in B side. Oh, they've managed to slither through inside. Owen didn't see them pushing through.
No way. Wait, but they don't know either, right? It's all gonna depend on the timing that Owen takes here. If they see him
Javi.
first or the other. Now Javi knows that he's there. Warning shots being brought out. It's gonna split them up here. Timing not gonna be perfect. Takes him down. Oh no! It doesn't work out. Mark is there as backup. But there goes Digby for the trade.
Owen gets swarmed there. Mark getting the most out of that. And again, it's a B side kerfuffle.
30 seconds
That's
left.
A site gets turned to by both teams. A 2v2 inside of Rubble. And Dizzy gets forced off by a blast pack. It should be the spike plant for Oasis as A site is in their control.
Plant the spike.
There you go. 3v3 on the retake. Can Stinky Cat do it this time? Without Fall
No,
X.
wait for it. Yeah, no Fall X. The problem is, though, at least for Oasis, is that none of them have ultimates.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a lot harder, especially since they do still have so much initiator utility on the side of OSC. Now, a leading, guiding light here to try and take some space. Mark, Aeonix able to take down, so it's going to be all up to Mark. 1v1, but Dizzy's right there lying in wait. It's going to be an 8-9 for OSC. Once again, the lead taken by the underdogs.
Yeah, beautiful transfer there from Aeonix, getting himself a couple of kills. And a valiant effort from Mark, actually, but there just wasn't enough bullets in his stinger to get all 4 kills. And this round was a trip and a half here. But you gotta remember here, Josh, that it was essentially an eco for Oasis. Just stingers, sheriff across the board, and Stinky Cat struggled to deal with them. To the point where it's just one player that left. Yeah, exactly, Oasis. And I think it's properly due timeout because they haven't retaken the lead yet in the second half.
Yeah, they haven't. They were able to even things up, but really taking the lead was not there. It has at least so far eluded them here in this second map. But that being said, the Oasis, they're still up 1 map, and it looks like OSC, Old Stinky Cat, are intending. They have this very real intention of taking them the distance all the way to map number 3, but they're being tested. They're being tested so hard here.
Yeah. So it becomes a question of not just strategy and not just weathering out the storm, but also of composure, right? How composed are you against such a coveted team that is Oasis? I mean, the roster has been changing over and over, but the players in that roster they're all veterans, essentially.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And
I mean, we've seen these guys since the start of VCT PH.
I mean, you can say the same for some of the players here of OSC as well. I mean, Owen QT, Aeonix, Digny has been around for for so long as well. But these guys have been trying to prove their mettle for the longest time. And what better way to do that than by taking down Oasis. Right, so B sites gonna be the pivot of focus right now for Oasis, but they're just gonna make use of that as a bait. As they try to take control of C site instead. It's clear for now. As Kelly pushes on into the site, they TP that spike into it. And that should be spike plant for Dubstep. Another retake for Meow for the Stinky Cats. And this time, they have a fair more utility to work with. Thrash on top of the bird, on top of the flash, on top of the Nightfall on the other side. It gets a hit onto Dubstep, but it's not enough. They're gonna have to find more before they push into the site. Flash denied. And Oasis, they're tuckered straight into the site. Aeonix shuts down Witstow. There should be the first step into retaking off this site. Kelly has deny everything from OSC, and Mark is there as well. It's all down to Digny, but Javi says, nope, you can't control this site because this is mine. That's 9-9. Oasis strike back, evening out the odds.
Evened out once more. Question of who's able to get all the way forward. I like this though. Oasis have really played a lot more aggressive this time around in the post plant. They've played and committed their spots, and I like this. The triple face you have as soon as you swing into the site, it's a great security measure, especially when you have a team like this, right? Luckily for them, the early usage of the Thrash and no one following up behind it was a little bit unfortunate for the side of Old Stinky Cat as well.
Yeah. A little bit too far forward, the Thrash, for anyone to realistically come up close. So, Retake botched by Oasis. And I love the way Oasis played that as well. It was very risky for them to all stay up inside because of the fact of the thrash. But they still made it happen. Somehow,
Yeah, they
some way.
did. Uh-oh.
Oh, and oh no,
The
he gets
spam!
red. He gets spammed by Wits. Unfortunately. And Ionix this time left alone. Calls upon some reinforcement in the form of Dizzy. It's gonna be the haunt. Haunting out Ionix as well. He could get spammed very well. And that's it. Kelly S. Ah, that's rough here, the defense. Dizzy finds one. That's a bit of consolation as Diggy finds himself into waterfall, but it's just
no
all
way.
out murder. Oasis shuts them all down. It's all up to Fall X, but he's just gonna back off. I think it's just time to count your cards and save this gun, Fall X.
Yeah, man. I mean, you saw that, right? Oasis were playing like a firing squad. They move forward a
Yeah.
few steps, play as a group, right? And then as soon as they get one kill, they move forward as a group again, right? Just save Fuego and they're gone, right?
Yeah.
That's how solid this team of Oasis is. You can see the protocols working on the attack, and the micro plays that they have, like that one right there, are worthy of a championship team. And now that's going to be triggering out the first time out for the side of OSC.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not even sure if they had info behind that box. They just started spamming it, and then they use the Fade Hunt to clear up the site.
Alright.
If destroying Aeonix's setup by taking him down, and that's a timeout. I think this timeout tells the tale of the past couple of rounds. I mean, OSC they've been dismantled by Oasis after getting a 3-win streak. That's gotta feel rough for their players, and they have to dig deep here. They have to find some strat, some extra resurgence of confidence. Otherwise, it's lights out for them. Remember, tournament life is on the line for them.
Yeah, I mean, you got to this point, you are technically already winning part of the prize pool, but man, you don't want to go out with a whimper, right? You want to do everything, throw everything on the server. And that's why, right, it's so important for them to really make use of all the resources they have. That includes timeouts, that includes all the utility in a round. Those kinds of things that can really make a difference between a win or a lose. And with that being said, Oasis again taking the lead away from OSC, looking to close out map number 2 and the series in convincing fashion.
Yeah, looking to continue their win streak here. Off the back of their VCT success. Dubstep taking a little bit of fire there.
That's a risk.
It still stays alive. Is everyone... Actually, every single one of players of Oasis are just stacking up in A site. This could gear up to be a very explosive site take. Viper wall setup is there already. Should give some form of info. But this time there's a flank in the works for OSC. Should be clear sailing should they decide to continue on with this flank. It's just a sentry turret holding them down. Skelly S finds a bit of headway towards A main. Oh, look at the rotations, though, from Stinky Cat. They're all here.
There.
That's 4 pistols, man. Yeah, it might just be pistols, but there's 4 people. Okay, if the timing's not right? If the utility goes sideways for a little bit, it's going to be a problem for Oasis. Knowing that it's a ball of death on the other side. Is being brought out, but Mark gets that first blood in the round. Kelly S bleeding already, but look at the information. The paranoia being brought out in response. Everything being thrown at the wall in a matter of seconds. OSC get put in the grinder.
Yeah. Into bits. Nowhere to be found. The only one left standing. Owen. Just the sheriff and everyone closing in on his position. Yeah, swings just... Yeah. Nothing found there by Owen. Nothing found by OSC. And a flawless one to boot for Oasis. 11-9. 1 round away from match point. I mean, OSC, it's close. But they can definitely make it closer here. But what do they have? Only an Omen ults? How are they going to make use of that this round?
It's going to be so hard, man. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail for this.
Oh, yeah.
2 rounds away from securing the grand final spot for the side of Oasis. And they're confident, right?
Oh, yeah.
They have the momentum. They have the confidence. They have everything one could ask for. And because of that, right, OSC, they're playing so reserved here. Lockdown being brought out as well. No choice but to not even try and defend this site.
Yeah. They have nothing to shut this down with. Kelly S as a showstopper as well, so if they contest, they could be
Look at that space.
up against a bazooka and a Viper Spit as
a
well.
Viper Spit
Dubstep gonna
too?
plant down, and it's absolutely free here. Showstopper used up, finds Dizzy.
Oh.
One more around the corner. Question is Polex gonna be ready for that swing? Kelly S finds Owen. Polex shuts down Dubstep, but gets shut down by Wits as well. This is all out war, but Oasis are winning by a landslide. They take the kills, they take match points. They're one round away from getting to the grand finals.
Out of charges.
Match point.
So close. It is. You can see it. You can smell it. Oasis exuding the confidence in all these plays, man. They took all that. They took that space, right? They used They used 3 ultimates in that round, man. The lockdown, the Viper Spit, and the Showstopper all at once. There's no way they could have not won that round, honestly. But now, this is gonna be the most challenging part. Remember, you get close, but it's a question of whether or not you can actually get yourself over that finish line.
Oh yeah. Gotta be careful here, Oasis, not to blow their shot. Silver lining. Stinky Cat doesn't have the best economy, doesn't have the best weaponry to fight this 8-side push with. And they didn't get the read right as well. There's only a singular player here in the form of that Cypher. And Mark pressing on ever so slowly. Aeonix, what can you do amidst this flood of enemies in your sight? I don't think much as Wits goes in for the plant. And now it commences the last attempts here. The last possible attempt for old Stinky Cat with everything on the line. A Spectre for Aeonix. Oh, didn't shoot it quite out. Kelly S up close and personal. The spams are coming through! And Aeonix just goes down without a fight. Kelly S receiving a blunt of that utility, but Owen Cutie decides whether or not he's gonna push. Wits, Happy, Dubstep, they make it happen and they secure their slots in the PEC Grand Finals. Oasis gonna be fighting off against Carti later on.
That's gonna be it for Oasis Gaming. Nice and clean 2-0 for them. Yes, they got challenged a little bit. And OSC, they got so close, man. So close.
So close.
But it was just not enough. What a performance coming from this team. Yes, they did have to really pull out all the stops. They used all their timeouts. They had to dig deep into their playbook to try and secure the slot. And at least, at the end of the day, they finally did. So that's it. We have our 2 teams now locked in for the grand final. That's going to be happening in a bit. But with that being said, Matt, what are your thoughts on this map? What was that?
Yeah, it was a rough one for sure for OSC. They kept it close for majority of it, even securing a lead at some point. But at the end of the day, I think the same weakness that they had in the first map was the same one that haunted them here in Lotus, Josh. I think they ultimately had to rely on their players popping off. Talk about Fallex, talk about Dignified, consistently shining here for their team. But I mean, case in point, Digny, they couldn't win that round unless Digny popped off like that. And at the end of the day, they needed Digny to pop up. They needed Fallex to pop up, eventually get the advantage. And it's just nothing compared to the consistency that Oasis have been able to bring up to the table. I mean, we talk about them being a really good playing team, and the amount of strats that they pulled out in this map was just immense. It's just a lot of things. I mean, not to discredit OSC, they had a fair amount of utility, or rather comps to their self, but it just wasn't to the same playing field here of Oasis. At the end of the day, that tiny bit of difference just made it enough for Oasis to get that final spot in the grand finals.
Yeah. What a performance coming in from Oasis Gaming, who are, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're the #1 seed in Challengers as well. You can really see the dominance that Oasis Gaming have on our local scene. With that being said, I think we do have a deserving MVP for this map. A great performance coming out from this guy, and that is, of course, going to be Mark. This time around on the Viper, man. On the Viper. This guy has many faces, and Viper is just one of them.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that Mark was so aggressive on this Viper. In the same way, I guess you could say that Wits was so aggressive on that Sova in that last game as well. So that's the player of the game this time, Mark, here on the Viper here from the second map of the second series of the day. Congratulations to Oasis Gaming. They are advancing to the grand finals. And I can't wait to see just how that is going to transpire. The game between Carty and the Oasis, of course. Unfortunately, we weren't able to showcase Carty in that semifinal series because they won by default. So essentially, it's the first series of the day for them. But
Yeah.
I'm excited to see just how that is going to transpire. Guys, before we move on into the break, in case you haven't heard, the newest Predator Gaming laptop has been released with the Intel 14th gen processor, and you have a chance of winning a dream trip to the US. All you have to do is purchase the said notebook today and activate the 1-month PC Game Pass to enter the legendary loot raffle. Promo is extended up until the end of the month, till July 31st. And all you have to do to see the full mechanics is check out the pinned comment down below.
And with that being said, of course, if you guys aren't part of Predator XP Hub yet, then go ahead and join the Discord. The links are in the comments for both the giveaway, the mechanics of the raffle, and if you want to get inside of our Discord. But with that being said, it's me, Josuave, here with Matt Data. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we're back, the grand final is going to be underway.
All the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
And we're back at it again, mga kaibigan. 1 long month of pure Valorant action, and it all culminates right here in the grand finals of the Predator Esports Circuit. My name is Ramon. With me is Joswabe. We have the honor of calling the whole grand finals for the Predator Esports Circuit. It is between Oasis Gaming versus Carti Esports, and my goodness, Josh, it has been a long ride coming.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a banger. We saw Oasis with a great performance out through our semi-final. Yes, we didn't get to see Cardi just yet, so it's going to be a bunch of surprises coming to us for this grand final, especially since, well, these teams, right? They had to go through the entire gauntlet to get to this point. And with that being said, man, the grand final with a 60,000 peso grand prize at for whoever wins it.
Yeah, and not just that, right? Like they also get the direct invite slot over to the Predator League Philippine qualifiers as well. So an easy entry on to one of the most prestigious tournaments right here in the local scene for Valorant as a whole. So who better than to get one of these teams to actually get that prestige, right?
Yes, sir. It's gonna be so exciting, man. I mean, you've got everything you could ask for. We got a great performance out of Oasis in Lotus. We got some. Wait, hold on. What is that? Someone's calling? It's Kang.
Oh, hello everyone.
Hi, Kang.
Are you guys busy? Let's play rank.
Yeah, we're casting right now.
Oh shoot, I didn't know you're live. Akala ko mamaya pa. Anyway, I am very happy, super happy with my new Predator laptop powered by Intel 14th Gen processor. I've been playing all day. Tinulugan na ako ng mga kalaro ko.
I mean, have you slept at all?
Na, parang wala ka nga tulog eh. What's so special about this laptop
mentioned a while
anyway?
ago, it has the latest Intel Core 14th Gen processor, so running multiple applications and doing heavy tasks won't be a hassle. The Predator Helios Neo 16 is Windows 11 ready, you don't have to worry about that. When it comes to memory, it has 8GB but can be upgraded to 32GB, plus you're covered by a 2-year warranty by Acer Predator. Imagine the things you can do with your Predator Helios Neo 16.
That sounds super impressive. Saan ako makakabili niyan? Wait, so
Well,
the
this
viewers know.
Predator Helios Neo 16 is available at Predator concept stores or any authorized resellers near you. So, paano ba yan? Guys, grind muna ako. Haji tayo later, ha? Bye!
Bye,
Bye.
Kang.
Well,
Amay.
that was unexpected.
Isn't it nice to see actually one of our Predator ambassadors just hop in, just give us a bit of a chat before we can actually head on into the grand finals? I mean, come on, what better than to celebrate with just showing or showcasing the power of the Predator Helios Neo 16?
Yeah, man, it's gonna be so exciting. Of course, with that being said, we're gonna go back to what we were talking about because I was not ready for that, like mentally.
Yeah, I was surprised. She just popped in out of nowhere, man.
Literally out of nowhere, even in the 3D environment. That's insane. The amount of effort. But yeah, with that being said, back to our current matchup, the grand final for PEC 2024. That's going to be Cardi versus Oasis Gaming. Of course, we saw Oasis earlier. Cardi kind of had a slightly easier road because they got in through default. But these are our rosters currently. For the side of Cardi, I think we're really looking at Astro, Channy Boy, and Josh S to really perform here for them to win up against Oasis.
Yeah, and they already saw how Oasis played since they played up on the semifinals as well. Now, a lot of tape on them and a lot of ways to figure out how they can counter strat. But for these boys, for Cardi Esports, this is going to be a very long battle for them because this is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. And you could consider the endurance, how much power that Oasis Gaming has already displayed against OSC, who are already heralded as a top 4 team in the VCT so far, and you already see how much they have improved ever since they have picked up Dubstep as well as Wits into their roster, the former Team Secret duo that has long storied the local scene so far. And with their powers already in the Oasis Gaming roster, they can only get better up into this point.
Yeah, can't go wrong from there. But right now, our main matchup here, I think we're going to be looking at Javi 8K up against Astro on the other side. Of course, playing as the anchors for their team. I think Astro very solid when he's the one who has to delay the entrance of the enemy team up against Javi, who, yes, we've seen him quite literally earlier today, really just popping off, getting 3 kills whenever somebody dares to step foot on whichever side he's holding on to.
And it doesn't help as well that Javi 8K always finds a way to remaneuver himself around the map whenever he's on the Sentinel. Even though it is a 4v4 or a 1v4, he will always find a way to make himself known all across the map. Well, Astro always is very good with his utility. Now we head on into the map Vito, and we talked about this in the Vito or before the broadcast, Josh, that Lotus is always the best map for Oasis. I've been wondering how Carti hasn't always been brave into letting open one of the maps that is very strong on their side. I want to know your thoughts on this since we have Sunset, Lotus, and Haven as the decider.
I mean, I think what might be transpiring here is the thought that there's so much tape for Oasis on Lotus that they might have actually been able to gather enough strategies for them to actually think they can take down Oasis here. And because of that, right, they leave Lotus open. Of course, it's going to be a perma pick for Oasis, means that Haven's going to be open for our third map. And at the very least, it'll be a 2-1 up against them.
And if you remember history for Oasis Gaming, they're always one of the teams, at least the only team to actually innovate the first map in a lot of the best of threes that they like to play. When Sunset was out, they were one of the first teams that picked it out against VALORANT Esports on Predator League, and they won against them in a very strong, grueling BO3 fashion. And in Lotus, were also one of the first teams to actually herald it up against Naos, especially in that one matchup where they had to qualify for the internationals as well. So now, onto the Haven map, the OG map for Oasis Gaming. So this is proving to be a very strong map veto for them so far. But Carti is known to have a very strong anti-stratting, especially under the helm of Chani Boy, who is a fragging IGL. But if you couple that with the maturity and a lot of experience on the table with Astro and Josh S already giving him a lot more to provide, then this is proving to be a Carti Esports that you do not want to underestimate.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it might be an underdog story for the side of Carti, but I don't think like it's as bad as people might think it is, right? Because like Oasis is a powerhouse, but the thing about Carti World, right, Carti Esports, is that they're always so close. Like they're one step away from getting it over the finish line, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of those days is today.
Oh yeah, and now we're heading on into our agent select, and no surprises for this draft on Oasis side. Kelly S, one of the best raises across the board in the Philippines, always picking that up, making instant impact, whether it's on the entry or when it's on the clutch situation. While Marky, always so flexible, you can always rely on him to pick up what the team needs him to be. It's a dubstep, of course, picking up the supportive agents, the KO and the Omen, that they're both really strong on so far statistically, while Javi is the rock in the team, always providing a lot of that consistency. Well, on the other side of things, it's the double initiator comp, supplying a lot of utility, a lot of firepower for Colin Cuevas. And remember, Ichi Solo likes to play around the utility of his teammates, so you can rely on him to take the early frags. But against Oasis Gaming, this is going to be one hell of a tall task.
Yeah, I mean, the solid protocols of Oasis as a team, right? Even those mini plays are things that you really need to look out for when it comes to playing against these guys, because these guys play both the macro and the micro as a team. I mean, we saw some, I'd like to call them firing squad pushes, where they all swing out at the same time in a set fashion, in a set order. And it always comes out with Oasis on top of those fights.
I mean, I think it's a lot of that is the build synergy between the core. I mean, we already see like a lot of like changes within the roster for Oasis, but the system never really changes for them at all. Like a lot of that firepower still is there. It's just that the flexibility has doubled up since the last year that we've seen Oasis Gaming like to perform, right? You can actually like think about it and say that Oasis can actually play 5 duelists and it's still gonna make sense, because at one point, all of these Brazers on Oasis Gaming have played duelists in the past.
Yes, they truly have. I mean, I think I don't know if you heard earlier, I was talking with Matt, and we actually said that, the thing about Oasis is they're kind of like Filipino Paper Rex, right? These guys can play duelists if they have to. And that's why I think this brings out a whole new look to Oasis, wherein they're so flexible. You can have any of them flex onto any role at any given time. And that's why the map pool wouldn't be a problem for them either.
Yeah, it just makes them a bit more of a scarier team, a lot more unpredictable. Very hard to read, very hard to study when it comes to these long-form games. These best of threes that Oasis Gaming are always known to clutch out in the end. So Carti Esports, now on the defensive side, want to take a very aggressive approach on mid. It's calling up with Ichi Solo, waiting from the shadows on that south position, while they also meet up Kelly S. Another Colin Cuevas starts off strong. 3 kills, in fact, for Carti as Oasis on the back foot.
Yep. An early amount of aggression here coming in from Carti. A third for Colin Cuevas as well. Now it's going to be Mark all alone, stuck in his own spawn. Not much of a fight. 1-0, great start coming in from Carti World.
And no surprise there, because this is the strat that they like to do when they were on ascent, right? Start on defense, pick them off on the mid side, surprise them when they're on mid link. They implemented this now on the Sunset map, where you normally would expect them to play the default position, just play around that B main aggression, but no, they switch it up. Head into that same side of the map towards that mid side, is surprising them before they can even start anything. But Oasis, well, you know this team. They really are the type of team that likes to actually ramp up when the going goes tough. But as we head on into the bye round, you can see that B is looking like the priority for the attacking side. But remember, they have somebody who wants to actually take the fight over to the other side of the map, and that's Javi 8K just calling for troops onto the mid side. Considering the low buy, they have a lot of options on the table since Cardi Esports have given up that mid.
Danny boy, feel very active. What is that timing? Just as soon as Mark brings out the drone, he peeks out. It's gonna be that first kill. But now Oasis making their way a full ball of death already inside of Market. Channy boy have to look out for which angle they're gonna be coming out from. Colin Cueva taking down 2 already single-handedly. Now with Channy boy on the other side, trying to clean things up. Dubstep, the last man standing, and there it is, the hat trick for Colin Cuevas. 2-0. Not much damage from Oasis either.
Man, oh man. Itchy Solo is on one right now, guys. And his Neon is looking on form. Very much a strong pistol and a strong bonus conversion for them on the side of Carti Esports. And this is off of like really strong gunplay out from Colin Cuevas and Channy Boy, just taking proactive fights, taking space over that B main to start with. Since Oasis Gaming have been playing a little bit of a tough spot since they lost that first pistol round, but now this buy round is going to mean a lot more for Oasis since this is the only chance that they can to convert their losses from the previous rounds.
Yeah, gotta be careful. There's only one person who did really lose a gun for the side of Cardi World, and that's because of that. Right, you can see that there's a real threat for Oasis to actually lose this round and give some free upgrades to the side of Cardi Esports. But the problem now is, though, look at this setup. Mid fully open, 0 utility except for maybe this one tripwire. And as soon as this is broken, it's going to start pulling some rotation, some presence from the side of Oasis. But they're really trying to bait out a response out of these guys before fully committing. It's going to be a double swing over up through mid. I think they can hear the footsteps. Astro bring out the paranoia, and he tries to get one. Not going to get much, though. The trades are already there, and it's perfect again from Oasis.
Oh, Channy has his stun out, but Kelly S has dodged away from it. Slatham just peeks on just to get a double kill from the Sova. Dubstep tries to regain control as Marky has already walked himself over to the B site itself. That mid play from Oasis was everything that they needed to put themselves in a winning position. And Slatham, the only man to try to stop them in the tracks. Stopped from the blind, already denied info, but Dubstep's already made his presence. Peeks on, one way put down, but Slatham does not hit. It is Marky to get himself that last frag. Oasis will finally get the round on the board, but at what cost?
At what cost, indeed. I mean, the amount of damage that was committed here by Cardi Esports, all because of the fact that they were playing this trap play over in mid, right? As soon as the trap wire was taken down, as soon as it was deactivated, shot at, right? You had 3 people swinging over onto that angle, and Oasis were not ready for it.
Yeah. Let me reintroduce you guys to one of the original Sova mains in the Philippine scene, Slatham 999.
Oh, yeah.
For the longest time, a duo of Exotic, also one of the prolific duos that we have in the Philippine scene. Now he has put himself over at the map as Carti Esports look to try to fight off this B-main aggression. Kelly S through the blind gets himself Josh S, but Astro and Colin Cuevas, they just have the circle themselves. Oasis, they tried an aggressive attempt, but Carti Esports have locked away this B-main position. It's all up to Javi 8K.
But no one's looking. Javi has a great timing here. He's actually just slowly walking up. I think there's just no shot. Never mind. As soon as we say it, Itchy Solo turns around. This guy has a 6th sense for it, and now Cardi World, they continue to move themselves forward.
If we actually do get ourselves to move forward, because right now it's kind of a hit or miss, and I guess for a moment you're going to be seeing a bit of our faces, ladies and gentlemen, because I think we're going to
we're back.
Never mind.
Never mind.
I'm telling you right now, this prod team is just smurfing. It's just.
Can you imagine how fast the response was?
Yeah, imagine. Definitely not going to be a first series whatsoever yet again, ladies and gentlemen, because we are back into the 3-1 scoreline. Carti Esports, a very good start for them, locking away the bonus conversion out for Oasis Gaming. And Astro just quick to try to adjust the setup for them. The same 4-1 setup, leaving Josh S on an island where he doesn't even put the strip wires down, just trusting in his own.
I mean, there's not much money on the board for him here yet as well. So Oasis, they're going to try and get as much info as they can. Try and maybe get a couple of kills on the way inside as well, knowing that they have a full roster going all the way in. Kelly S, what an opener here over onto Josh S.
Wow, and that's just something that you do not want to give, as Kelly S is heating up. As time goes by, they're all trapped in CT. Nobody even willing to split up, but Channy Boy
Excuse me?
really lovely shot through the smoke, through the wall, through everything to try to contest in this retake right now. 4v4, Cardi Esports
overdrive
has
is
a
here
chance
too.
to split them up, and maybe they can supply everything for Colin Cuevas as they lock that into the
Mark?
strike. Marky gets one, but Slatham gets another double kill to give this 3 versus 2 in favor of Cardi Esports. But Dubstep and Javi 8K says no, they got the 1v2 and a thrifty win thanks to Kelly S. Has opened up the map for Oasis.
Man, little bit of a game of ring around the rosy for them. They did not expect that. Just look at the protocols here coming in from Oasis, right? They had everything down, right? Even with all this utility being thrown out, the relay bolts, everything in their faces, just somehow they're still able to win this round.
Just always trust the mid-round calling. That's what I always like to say, right? In high-pressure situations, Oasis Gaming will always get the job done. Although they are still in the deficit, they're still 1 round down. They have a showstopper to commence out
Overdrive?
for Kelly S, but Colin Cuevas puts out the overdrive, tries to see if he can get himself a pick over to that T-spawn position, but Oasis Gaming, they're not even giving him an inch, not even giving him a chance.
What?
Josh S is the one to get that first blood going. Colin Cuevas has spotted multiple people as they're running away from him, trying to see if they can seek him one by one, but he is still running and gunning. But Marky is able to capitalize on his positioning. 4v3. Damage done. How does Oasis react to the numbers disadvantage now?
How do you even make up for this, right? Early kill coming in from Ichi Solo here now. Neural Theft being brought out as well. That's going to be a lot of important information. Should give them an idea of how they're going to try and navigate the map. But the problem right now is, of course, yes, they're down in manpower. How will they make the most out of what they already have? The problem here as well is, like, look at the setup from the Cypher on Cardi Esports. They're expecting this mid push.
They just walk on in towards that link position, just seeking any sort of stragglers on that elbow side. They hear the cam, so they decide to play on
There
the back
is
of the
no
elbow.
way.
Just a lot of noise made for Oasis, so Carti has a little bit of an info. They could probably just play around that main setup. Look at the ping, just knowing that they could just give up the site, see if they can call upon the troops. You know that the numbers are going to be important for this retake, and now they call upon the mid-side push, but Wits called upon just to hold that down. 1 kill to Channy Boy. He can go back, see if he can get the pick
Oh,
on.
what?
And Astro, they surprise them with Sheriffs, and they can probably get the damage done. 1v3, Marky spotted, reconned out. 3 kills for Josh S. It doesn't matter what he has. A Sheriff, a Guardian, a Vandal, anything. He can hit hard, and he will hit harder. 4 rounds for Carti as they secure the thrifty.
Slowly, you can actually see that Cardi World, they have a great sense of how Oasis are playing on this map. You can see the shift, the ever-shifting Cypher setups here, the changes in how the tripwires are set up. And look at this, even this small play where you have Colin Cuevas, you have Ichi Solo, pushing all the way through mid. All the attention was towards him. Josh S actually gets away with murder without having had to risk his life at all.
Just beautiful play coming out from Carti Esports, proactively getting the space needed just to secure these rounds. And out the back of this mid-round calling again for Carti, they're able to secure these rounds, even though they had a lot of chances to actually throw it away. So showstopper Kelly S eats up the blind coming out from his fellow Omen, spotted as well, thanks to the cam, but they already secured market and they already got the spike plant, so it's all on Carti Esports with the ball in their court.
Yeah, 5v5 retake is going to be an interesting one. Got this Hunter's Fury being brought out as well as a Paranoia. And I'm surprised they're actually giving away this much space on the back of all that utility. But now, of course, a null command being brought out, so there's not going to be much that they can do in terms of utility here. You're going to have to try and run down this clock, but you're going to have to do so much. Pushing all the way over towards main, and there you go. It's going to be an attempt from the defuse. It's already half, but there's not going to be enough time unless they can do it. But no, the Hunter's Fury just lands and Slatham. He tried to do the most, but it was just not enough.
That's surprising because Slatham was already tapping down the bomb while the Hunter's Fury was actually commencing. They all decided to push just to see if they can scramble upon that B main push. But again, Kelly S and his presence demanding Slatham to actually get off the defuse. Not able to secure himself the full defuse now because he's the one who's actually trying to be the anomaly in towards the site. He split up from the team, and you'd expect him to play off of that B main post plant, but he decides to be the nuisance in towards that post plant. So a lot of time bought for them, and the third round win secured for Oasis Gaming. So the 4-3, and Oasis go back towards that B main aggression, just leaving Javi 8K on an island, lurk upon that mid side, see if he can demand some attention. Like to set up 1-3-1, see if they can try to demand a lot more out of that mid-top position, demand more utility, demand more of that adjustment from Carti. You see Slatham already calling upon the comms over to that towards that mid-bottom position. Just knowing that, trying to poke and prod over at that side of the map just to see if they can react to it.
And I like this. You see the amount of pressure that Oasis are able to distribute across the map, right? Without really having the manpower. You show 1-2 people, then you turn around and look at this. I mean, you see Cardi already committing so much presence towards mid that they've basically left B wide open. Now, 2 kills. What is going on? Somehow, Cardi are getting away with murder here. What is that?
Just getting all of these kills for free, and they're getting a lot more out from Wits. Oasis just giving this all up just to trick them into actually getting a forward position. 1v2 now. It's Latham tries to delay the bomb down, but Wits just holding down the fort, holding down that spike. Even though it was a no man's land, you know that you can rely upon Wits to get that 4th round win for the team. Oasis Gaming have caught up.
The pressure is immense. You could see it. You can feel it from these guys. Absolutely insane. And you could see it. Again, right, as soon as they see any kind of presence from Oasis over towards mid, Cardi, they peek out as an entire team, right? And yes, it worked out for the earlier part of the round, but I guess the mid-round calling might have just fallen apart here towards at this point, where it was just Slatham trying to pick up the pieces, essentially.
Yeah. Ultimately, it doesn't work out because in the end, it all came down to the gunplay prowess. And Astro proactive, pushing. Oh, only one blinded. Would have been a nice paranoia if they all followed into that choke point. But in the end, Oasis were patient, actually getting themselves that one. Colin Cuevas finally will find the lurker. Javi 8K has been dealt with a free upgrade for the Neon, which is prompting Oasis to actually take the 4th position this time around. Wits again, another onto Josh S. They have dealt with the Sentinel. And Predator Esports forced into the 3v4. Rolling Thunder out, flash on in.
Oh, what?
Not do anything. He can't see anybody. He was the only man on site. And Colin Cuevas taking advantage. A second frag from him. The Neon is activated from Ichi solo. And this is prompting Oasis to go back to the A site.
It's gonna be hard though. He had to push that panic button. Now Dubstep pushing a little bit too far. 3v1 is gonna be down to Wits. 10 HP. He's gonna have to do the most with so little in the way in his favor. The spike barely in his view. Made an attempt, not gonna be enough. Colin Cuevas cleans it up with a hat trick. Now Cardi will bring back that lead in their favor.
Colin Cuevas is just so clean with the Neon. Just absolute dominance on display in towards that B main side. Despite them not having the paranoia up to play, despite no smokes heralded down, thanks to Channy Boy and his utility, Colin Cuevas has full confidence into pushing because every time that he has his utility on point, they're not able to push into the site. Rolling Thunder out on that B main side. That is prompting Kelly S to be alone on the site, just catching them one by one. With Colin Cuevas, so again, always the guy to look out for when he is playing off of his opponent's utility. And flash out in. Yes, gets one. Channy Boy, the fragging IGL on fire. And a double out from the breach again. He is flashing everybody out from Oasis Gaming. And it's working wonders so far as Astro picks up another 2v2. With Oasis falling back again to the pistol. With Witch winning that 1v1. Turning the tables on Carti. Josh S. Forced on a position where he has to clutch, no util in hand, left all of it in toward the B site. Now they just have to pick up the spike, but Josh S, he is alone. He is the guardian of that spike itself. Wits trying to see if he can actually steal that away from him. Trying to get some info, try to see if he can get something. They pick it up. But Josh S could just wait it out. Goes for some info.
There's so little time. 45 seconds on the clock. Oasis, they're gonna have to try and fake it out. Did not work out. But Mark! Perfect for the trade. You know, one of the most important resources in this game is manpower, and that's what we saw right there.
Yeah, just absolutely perfect team play out from the Oasis squad. Just perfect patience on the same place where Wits actually was able to get himself a winning position because of that spray down, right? And now he proves his worth. The pistol round from this guy has been absolutely valuable. And with that classic, with killing off like the few members on Carti Esports, despite them having the lower buy, just making sure that economy isn't checked, and I'm gonna force them into very awkward positions this time around. They're back on that 4-1, leaving Josh's on an island, not putting that much util up on that B side extremity yet again. And this forces the Oasis squad to actually trying to see if they can scale the map slowly, starting on that mid-bottom position, see if they can catch any aggressive position from Carti, knowing that they are on the low buy.
Careful now.
This patience has always been a weapon for Oasis, and it's working wonderfully because look at the setup for Carti. They're just antsy, just trying to see if they can get the early info, try to see if they can respond as a team. That's opening up the A site where you leave one on an island, it's going to be hard for them to retake a site.
Overdrive being brought out here for the side of Carti Esports. Look at this. They've totally baited out the entire squad to rotate towards B. A site is wide open. They have no idea what's going on. Look at this. Just willy-nilly throwing out the overdrive. 0, nothing, nada granted to them. And now somehow Oasis, they've gotten away with robbing a bank. Essentially, they're getting inside. 0 security. There's nothing here.
Yeah, it's like going into Josh's house, like because he always leaves his house open, guys. He's that much of a welcome. He's a welcoming guy, and I can vouch for that.
Spike planted.
Giving up the A site for free. Spike down. Carti Esports struggling into this 4 versus 5 now. Kelly S solo handling the CT position. They can't force the push because Kelly S is here to stay and here to play. Oasis Gaming has always got this in the bag. The rifle round fully converting the 6-4 Oasis Gaming, and this has always been the protocol because once they got the momentum, it's very hard to actually get them off of the pedestal that they built themselves up on.
And what a close first snap here. Getting at a 5-6 of all things. Can you imagine, right? They're really trading the blows here for both the teams, but of course it's going to be the last round of the half. It's going to be a little bit of a sideways buy for the side of Carti. Couple of Guardians, maybe and half shields for I think half the squad as well. It's gonna be a real challenge, and now they know where Colin Cuevas is as well. Be worried about that. Just barely getting out of the way here, but no, the showstopper in the hands of Kelly S. Relay Bolt in response should slow him down, and I don't know if he's gonna get anything out of this.
Yeah, I think a really good relay bolt just delays.
Oh
Colin
no!
Cuevas even got the shot mid-air against Kelly S. Shotty with a second. Oasis responding in kind. Null command activated for Wits, and it slowly falls apart for the attacking team. Carti Esports playing this cool, calm, and collectively letting Oasis plant and getting them at the helm. They all fall flat onto the ground. Could not even convert through, giving another round over to Carti Esports thanks to a nice relay bolt from Colin Cuevas and a strong response from that link position. A 6-6 for the grand finals so far.
I don't know if you saw that the aftershock from Channy Wang. But as soon as he heard the drone, he threw out the aftershock, which was not expected at all. Got a free kill out of that. And, you know, at that point, like, what do you even do as Oasis?
Just run on in. The only thing that you can try to hope for is to get the spike plant, see if they can isolate the 1v1s, but they're not even given an opportunity. They're not even given the chance because one of them is already planting the spike. One of them is trying to hold up and get his bearings over that elbow position. Just a very messy post plant overall, caused by great utility usage from Carti Esports. So 6-6, 16 frags from Colin Cuevas so far, ladies and gentlemen. Itchy Solo is on fire on the defensive side, and on attack, is where he feels most comfortable, which should be Oasis Gaming's notice.
Slow push-up coming in from them. Like this setup should be giving them a little bit more information. And you saw Wits lying in wait, but it just did not work out. Way too many people up there. 4v5 it is here, and as a response, they have a little bit more smoke, a little bit more supporting their utility. And you can see Oasis are antsy. They're trying to go in a little bit more proactive, and it did work out. Yes, they even out the numbers.
Oh, but they're running into the Omen. Dubstep, ooh, not applying his shots.
Right there.
Not able to convert through. 4 people peeking onto him from that elbow side. An open
Right there.
entry for Carti. An open door for what must be a 4v3 retake so far. And Marky opens the door for that. A
What?
shot again for Oasis Gaming. This is proving to be a doable scenario if they
Last
can
player
get through
standing.
the Omen. But Astro's got the 4K. One more for the Ace. As the OG controller main has
player
locked in
standing.
towards the site itself. Javi gets another, but Chani Boy has gotten the site anyways. 7-6 for Carti. A beautiful pistol from their attacking half so far. Carti is locked in so far.
In the anchors we trust today, man. You can see it. I like this, the amount of utility that they were able to throw out here through mid in response to the slow presence coming in from these guys. And somehow, some way, it just turned into essentially a mess for Oasis here.
Not the prettiest of scenarios, I would say. Just really nice mid routing again from Carti, because after they got killed off from one of the players, I think it was Javi who peeked on again with Dubstep over to that mid side. They had a bit of a window to actually respond to that push, and Dubstep already given up that A side, knowing that he doesn't have the best gun in the world, so giving Colin Cuevas the window of opportunity to push on. And since he's the Neon, even though there wasn't a smoke there, he just pushed up on that A side aggression. Astro just taking full advantage of the weapon
Wow.
advantage. And Wit's the only guy over at that alley position. Had to be careful, but now he's heralded up with Oasis Gaming. Forced up again on the push, and Astro, another spray down. You can see how confident Carti Esports are in this scenario. Letting that smoke play on its own farm. And a triple again for Astro. Everybody just running and gunning over that alley position. It's just funny to me.
They did not care, dude.
No right click fear, no fear of a thrifty. They all just wanted to spray them down.
Yeah, it works out here. 2 rounds to start off the second half for the side of Carti Esports. Good sign for them if they want to take down one of the leading teams in Valorant in the Philippines. That should be a great amount of confidence. But here's where the real test begins. Again, when we have all guns online, will the gun diff not in their favor this time? Will they be able to convert this?
That is the question, right? They're able to make this full buy worth it. Not the best scenarios for their next second round. So now they got that mid side. And the thing about this is they didn't put a trip down, so they're not going to be able to know or notify anybody unless they peek on. And Wit's going to be first contact, pushed on, and finds himself Colin Cuevas. The response is more important, but Wit's is able to dodge away from that threat. 3 kills, in fact, for him. He is the threat. He is the guy that they need to watch out for. Another for Dubstep as well. So the full question was if they're able to convert this buy round. They did that and even more. Finding Slatum in the process. 1v4, Phantom in hand. Only leaving himself on an island in market. Second frag from him as well. But the damage has already been done. And Oasis Gaming had converted themselves to 7th round.
Yeah. 8 and 7 at least right now for them. You can see. I don't know how actually they got away with this round, knowing that there was very little utility when it comes to how they were holding over onto mid. This should have been easily abusable by the side of Carti Esports, but well, it just didn't work out, you know?
No, definitely not. Not the best scenario for them, but at least now, at least they have a bit of a conversion heading on into this next round. A bit of a cushion for a few of these players. Oasis Gaming already notified about the position on B main, so they adjust accordingly. Marky and Kelly S already on the prowl, spotting Kelly S over at that backside. Colin Cuevas decides that he doesn't want to be the first man in, knowing that the Cypher could be in the same house. Crossfire already set up as well on B, so not the best push for Carti Esports if they decide to actually pull the trigger right now.
It's going to be a low in the round here. They're trying to bait out some sort of presence from Oasis. But the problem is, right, it's just not working. They're not taking the baits. It's not working at all. They're trying to fish for any kind of presence, any kind of response from Oasis. And you can actually see they've already made their way all the way up into tiles. Josh S, just as he turns the other way, barely sees Dubstep, but that's going to be enough for them to feel that pressure in mid.
I wonder if Oasis Gaming are gonna rotate off of this, right? But they don't have the bomb, so Cardi Esports, they're making a lot of noise on the A site, thinking that they could actually pull the rotation away from that B site aggress, and that's what they're doing right now. Javi 8K has sprayed them down, and this is prompting the rotate on down. Hopefully, this is gonna be worth it for them. They have to check their corners. They haven't found the zone.
What?
Marky, the spray on the neon, but Slatam able to adjust. Kelly S on the prowl, finally within the works on B. 12 seconds to plant. Astro has to fight, but Dubstep will be able to find him, lock him down. 5 on the side of Cardi, as they're not able to actually plant the bomb over at that B side aggress. It is all Oasis, all in the 8th round name.
What a response coming in from defending side. It was so close to. I think there was something just did fall apart here. You could see how they were able to pick off each of these players from Cardi Esports. And the thing about this round in particular, they were kind of running around like headless chickens. You can see a kill happened on A, a kill happened on B, and they were just scrambling to try and find any semblance of map control.
Yeah, and a split decision as well from Kelly S, just giving himself like a second to think about that rotation, just seemingly being that difference maker for the squad on the defense. But hold on, that Sheriff might actually be the strongest point for them so far in the matchup. No overdrive, nothing, just the Sheriff in hand, picks up the Vandal, but Kelly S takes full advantage, plays around the smoke as well, but as he comes out, he gets a double, a triple from Kelly S. Oasis Gaming have gotten B-site on full lockdown.
I have no idea what just happened here. There was something very disjointed about that push coming from Cardi. You're right, that first kill, giving them a little bit of space. And I think the problem here was there was no accompanying utility over onto the site. I mean, you saw, I think we were missing maybe a flash boy from Channy Boy to make it easier for them as well to make it into the site. But Kelly S was just the stalwart supporter of that site right there.
Yeah, isn't Chatty Boy just a really good fragging IGL? But sometimes you can forget like the utility in the heat of the moment. That's just the thing about these types of BO3s. You just forget about the fundamentals sometimes, that the scramble is in a bit of a fit. A 9-8 for Oasis. A strong defense so far. Showstopper activated, coupled up with the shock dart as well. Oasis have B again on full notice. Just warning Cardi Esports not to push into our territory.
Don't even think about it, good sir. Warning shots over onto the IGL of the opposing team. And now Josh S also spotted out over towards tiles. You can see this crossfire as well. Very confident coming in from Oasis. The protocols be great. Paranoia just as it does connect over onto Astro. Peek out from Wits, and now they see Colin Cuevas. It's just perfect, man. You see the layers and layers of defense here. If you can't get through layer number 1, what do you even have?
Yeah, just tripling up that defense on B. Just surprise them on a proactive push over at that elbow position. Just making sure that that point of the map is not as safe as they thought they would have. But a dash in, and Colin Cuevas made a difference. Josh S trading it off. So a doable round so far for Cartier as they walk on into that elbow position. But look who's in the prowl. Look who's inside A. Kelly S. He's ready and waiting. The rat inside A is looking to make his mark on the grand final stage. And look who's behind him. Oasis have got this. A-Sun on the back. A second from Slap.
1v1?
The 1v1. And Javi 8K has decided that he wants to get the spike. He wants to give it the space for him. But as he tries to see if he can bait him out, Javi 8K knows that time is not on Slatam's side. He lets the time run down, and he gives Oasis their 10th round. What a nice way for Oasis to get their 10th round off of beautiful timing.
Beautiful, beautiful timing indeed. I mean, can you imagine how this all turned around? Like, just because of this one interaction over towards main. Yes, there was a really great effort coming in for the side of Party World, but it just did not work out. Again, there's just something about the way that the mid-round decisions happen, right? The speed at which Oasis are able to change their minds about where they want to go and how they adapt to the situation, which really does push them just a level higher than their opposing teams.
Yeah, and let's not forget about how they actually approach their defenses, right? Just triple stacking both their Sentinel and their Duelist on one side, thinking that their B is going to be one that they're going to give up every single time. But no, they launch a rocket at you before you even realize that you actually got a chance at actually pushing onto the B site. So you couple that with another very aggressive attempt on that elbow position, and you got a strong defense so far for Oasis on that layer of the map, which Predator Esports are struggling to find an opening point now that the Oasis are fully locked into our defensive half. So in my opinion, Josh, I think Predator Esports just needs to chillax.
Oh yeah, they definitely need to chill, man. It's getting real dangerous for them, and I think they just keep getting punished by the amount of aggression that they're showing all throughout the map, because Oasis are expecting it.
Fully in circle, Cuevas overdrive activated, and he's walking into the Cypher setup, so he has to be careful about those traps. Here's one and destroys it. At least that's one problem.
No, what?
He is still a threat. Thanks to that tripwire, gets himself a free frag from Cuevas. The biggest problem as well is they're not able to regain any space whatsoever from Cuevas' death. They're all locked in towards that elbow position. They can't get out of it. A crossfire established, and Link also a very strong position for Oasis.
Not ready yet.
Even when they've gotten all this space, they're still not sure, right? They haven't even checked Kelly S here, and the setup's just perfect. Kelly S, crossfire here with the Hunter's Fury being brought out as well. They're falling one by one, and Channy Boy could not do a single thing.
No charges.
And thanks to the positioning from that Link position, that Hunter's Fury were just on point. You can see that the utility has always been a strong point for Oasis, and this round was no different as well. The coordination from this squad and their positioning has been top tier all throughout the split, and now it's on full display before your very eyes. Predator Esports could not plant the spike whatsoever, and thanks to the calling from them so far on defending that A site, man, Hardy could not gain any space whatsoever. 8-11 for the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. The defense for Oasis has been on point, but Predator Esports still have a chance. Match point has not been gained from Oasis. Mid again being the focus for the attacking team as Carti to try to prioritize that, but a double peek from Oasis, and Wits is the one to take full advantage. 1 point already from that old command, and you'd know that that's going to be one hell of a helpful ultimate, especially in the retake.
It's going to be a headache, man. A real headache. You have to slow things down. We're down more than halfway through the round, and now Predator Esports have barely gotten any space. Just until now, you know, at this point, the tiles presence doesn't even matter. You see this setup coming in from Mojave, and even with Josh S trying to bait out a response, it doesn't work out. 2 kills now for this guy, and suddenly Cardi are down to the last 2.
Oh man, this is gonna be very tough. And he's already running away from that A side, knowing that everybody has it full lockdown. Slatham positioning, gets a kill on it. This is the one anomaly that they never expected, but Marky has a good position. Already taking advantage of him with his back turns all the up to Astro. And this veteran knows how to clutch up a 1v3 whenever he has the opportunity. But can he do it against Oasis? A behemoth when it comes to the 1v3 scenarios. Marky already waiting so patiently for his teammates, his comrades, his brother-in-arms to actually respond with him. But do they realize that Astro has wiggled himself onto the back lines himself? He has to push on as fast as possible, has to see if he can get the timing back, as Oasis are fully focused on B main. Tries to tap, not even a tap, they're gonna fully defuse the spike. If they're not aware of this, flash on in, Astro gets one, but it's it is Oasis Gaming that steal away the round. A decisive call to steal away because of that defuse. The 1v3 was just overwhelming against this guy. And with them getting match point, this is looking done and dusted.
And things are starting to look dire for Predator Esports here on map number 1. 1 point away, and we're going to be looking at this real map lead coming in for the side of Oasis. And it's really turning sideways, right? We talked about earlier the mid round calling from Oasis and how they're able to adapt to that, and I think uh, the pressure of being a fragging IGL, it might be starting to get to the IGL of Cardi Esports, because right now, I mean, that last round, the entire time they were just playing contact up towards A. Yes, I don't know if that was the plan, but it did seem like it might have been a miscall from Cardi Esports, and because of that, they were just taken down one by one. This time around, though, a little bit too active. Wits is going to be taken down here by Josh S. And that's going to be a good neural theft coming in for the side of Party Esports.
Yeah, just remembering where the setup is going to be coming from. Navi 8K. Noted, spotted, and that recon was picture perfect. Push on in, and Carti Esports have finally regained composure. They got 3 kills on Josh S. They have B-site on full notice. And they even got the 9th round off of compositioning from everybody across the board. The rush was needed. The pick from Josh S was perfect. And they even locked away one of the important members in one of the retakes. Wits has been holding that null command for so long now that he hasn't found an opportunity to deny both the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury from Satum. If he uses it right now, it could be a very strong weapon against the hands of Carti Esports.
And the ult economy, yes, it is going to be in favor of Cardi Esports at the moment. But the problem is, again, like, how do you even convert? Right? How do you convert? They had to depend on one mistake made by Oasis here over towards mid. This time around, they need to be more proactive. They cannot be lying in wait because they're the attacking team after all. The time is not on their side, and the longer it takes them to get there, the worse it's going to be.
Counting a lot of the rounds where Channy Boy has been holding this Rolling Thunder, it's going to be very strong ultimate tool for Colin Cuevas to push on, but Hunter's Fury tries to scout out any known stragglers. B main already given notice, and nobody got tagged because of that Hunter's Fury, so Slatum possibly throwing away one of the strongest post-plant ultimates they would have gotten if they had planted onto that B side, but they decide you call upon that push out. And remember, Rolling Thunder activated, so Channy Boy primed up. Colin Cuevas pushes in. Josh S pushes with another. That first blood always counted upon by Josh S.
Wait, what?
Again, perfect, especially for Javi 8K. But Channy Boy is always ready for the clutch up. Slapped him with that second. As Carti Esports calling upon the stars, try to see if they can get the plant, but a good smoke out just to give themselves some space, some contact. Another for Slatem, it's all on Marky. He's been hot fire all throughout the series, and he has to do it again. A second, but he pulls out the knife in the worst possible time. Slatem with a 3K has saved it up for Carti Esports. One more round in their lifeline.
It might not be over just yet, Ramon. We're 2 rounds away for the side of Carti Esports, but there's no room for error here. One wrong move and it's over. We're going over into map number 2. But for now, the mental at least should be pretty good for the side of Carti here, knowing that they've at least delayed the end of the map.
It's so funny that they both pull out their knife at that possible
At
moment.
the exact second, right?
Yeah, right? Like, it's also like the same animation, and they're also like the same agent at the same time. So it's kind of funny to me. And in that scenario, it was just that Josh S was a little bit quicker on that one. So Carti Esports primed up ready. Take that elbow space yet again. But remember, they're playing into the stack. But
what?
Surprising, Kelly. Yes, that operator has been denied. Channy Boy has taken control of that elbow spot, just taking care of dubstep. They already got themselves that ace-side aggression, but Wits popping into the smoke, aggressively taking space for himself. Josh S alone on an island. He was lurking all across the board while this was happening. Javi 8K finding him out, leaving a 2v2 for the odds of this map going in the favor of Oasis Gaming. So Marky has to play it as patient as ever. Has the utility, has the shock darts, clears out every corner, but it's a good thing that Astro hasn't been spotted. Good paranoia, just delays the inevitable. They won't push out entirely, but that blind from Channy Boy. The utility is on point for Carti as they find one more round in regulation.
Now Oasis really being put to the test. It's all gonna lie on their shoulders here. It's gonna decide, do we move on or do we keep going?
Last player standing.
My goodness. And imagine if Channy didn't call for that push-up. And Astro was definitely a strong contender in this map in particular, forcing a timeout for Oasis Gaming. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the second timeout that they called all throughout this Sunset map. So they know that their backs are against the wall. They know that they are behind the ropes right on the ropes right now. So what is the call for Oasis Gaming right now? What is their move, knowing that they still have match point in their hands?
So they're 1 round away. If Cardi Esports are able to pull out this last round, they could yet just convert this map. Because the mental's definitely going to be shot for the side of Oasis. They throw away, was it a 3 or 4 round lead here? And now we're standing on the precipice of an overtime. Just when you think you're about to win, you get stopped in your tracks.
Astro putting on a heater of a performance. 21 kills and 17 assists. This guy can do it all, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, he is the dream boy of everybody in the server. Knows that he can frag, knows that he can assist his teammates on the long con. Now he is looked upon as a very strong tool, a very strong teammate for Carti Esports to keep the vibes up, to keep everybody in check so far. 11-12. Match point still for Oasis, but Carti with the momentum, with the heater, actually secured themselves overtime if they get themselves this last round. And it starts with B main being on notice for Oasis Gaming, rotating everybody on that side of the map. I like that Carti is able to adjust to that strategy, not even rushing anymore, just making that presence, just making sure that everybody's stuck on that one side of the map.
Drones out. Gives them a little bit more information over on what's going on in mid. But if you look at Ichi Solo, just contacting up again. This is where they got caught last time. But he gets the timing. The fast lane being brought out as well, making his way all the way into spawn, and he takes down Kelly. Yes, on the way inside. A run and gun, good sir. Ride or die, it says, and it looks like Oasis in quick response eliminate 3 of the members of Party Esports. It's now going to be down to Chani Boy, left to do the most, but is not able to convert. Just before an overtime, Oasis cross over the finish line.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, that Oasis are the most deadly when it comes to BO3s. And this time is no different. A strong attacking half has showed that they still got what it takes, but a stronger defense, well, that has been one of the strongest points for Oasis yet again. So congratulations for them on winning out this first map. That Sunset was as close as ever. But when it came to the most important moments, Oasis Gaming has secured themselves that very first map. I mean, come on. Beautiful utility usage, strong control from Kelly S himself. And when it came to a lot of the mid-round calling, you give that up to the captain and his lieutenant himself, Kelly S and Wits, to actually get the game plan. And Oasis is going to be white hot all throughout the series.
You can really see it. Actually, when we take a look at the highlights, you can see a lot of these team plays from Oasis. Yes, we do see some shines of brilliance coming in from Cardi Esports, but I think more consistent throughout the entire map, right, was really how Oasis was able to convert this one.
Just a lot of rounds where they actually should have given it up to Carti Esports, where it came down to the individual performances from the likes of Wits, where he actually got this very pivotal 3K, which I believe if he didn't give this round up, then it would have actually been a more stable game for the side of the Carti Esports squad. Then when it came down to moments where they actually needed one up, Kelly S has always been relied upon to do these very strong moments, like these multi-frags, and every time that he's relied upon the positioning, then Javi 8K has always got you in that bag, right? Yes, a very quiet performance out from the supportive staff of Oasis, but when it mattered the most, there's always been the firepower that's been actually the priority for Oasis this time around. So I think it's no surprise that when it comes to the high pressure situations, the most experienced team has come out on top, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, again, we go back to the discussion of consistency for these teams. I think Oasis, they're able to just hold on to that consistency. And because you don't need to be in flow state all the time, it makes things a lot simpler for your team. But with that being said, I think we do have to crown our MVP for the map, which is... when we look at the stats, I think it should be going to Kelly S. Yes, with 20 kills, 20. That's a solid 1.0. on his KDA ratio.
I mean, the captain, the IGL, a fragging IGL at that, just making sure that all his troops are on the same page, and he himself is exploding onto the server. A lot of showstoppers converted, and a lot of aggressive peaks actually traded out every time that he has the advantage. So with that said, Oasis Gaming one up in the series so far against Carti and are now tournament point away from securing themselves a slot into Predator League and 60,000 pesos on the line. But remember, this is the best repeat, ladies and gentlemen. Carti Esports have one more chance, one more lifeline to secure it, but it is in the map of Lotus, the home of Oasis Gaming. But before we go into that game 3, we would like to thank our sponsors, starting with the Predator Intel 14 Gen series. Experience the new generation of gaming with AI in the Helios Neo 16, powered by the latest 14th Gen Intel Core processor. Available now in the official Predator Concept Store or at authorized resellers near you.
Yeah, that being said, as well, if you guys want to join us in the community, go ahead and check out the Predator XP Hub, where we have giveaways, game days as well, and a lot of events where we give things away, just like these what's coming up right now, the trip to the US. If you make a purchase of the Predator Intel 14th Gen series, and of course activate your 1-month PCK pass, that's an important step. So this promo is extended till the end of the month, July 31st. Go ahead and check out the pinned comment if you want to see more details, and or if you want to join the Discord as well. But with that being said, map 1 is done, but we're not done just yet. It's me, Jaswabi, here with Ramon. We're gonna go to a quick break. See you guys in a bit.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
A do or die scenario for one of these teams, as Oasis Gaming are one step closer to getting themselves into Predator League. But Carti Esports have one final lifeline and one shot that they need to take down the titans of the local esports scene. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Predator Esports Circuit. My name is Ramon. With me is Josuave. We've been casting the first game of the grand finals of the Predator Esports Circuit, where Oasis are one win away from getting 60,000 pesos. And Josh, what a heck of a way to do it, man. Mid-round calling on a high right now.
Yeah, it's real epic, right? We see the initial meetups, right, between A main, B main, and a lot of kerfuffles in mid. If we're gonna be honest, right, there was a lot of that map that really hinged on both these teams taking up that mid space. But in the end, the flexibility and the quick shot calling coming in from Oasis secured that last map. Yes, it almost went to overtime, but they still won.
Yeah, I mean, in the moments that mattered the most, right? A lot of the players have stepped up. You can see that Marky has been pulling a lot of his weight in the series right there. Match MVP from that semifinals, and now he's putting up stellar numbers as well in this particular series right here on the Sova, where now we're back into the Lotus map. Oasis Gaming has always been known to have one of the strongest, if not the strongest Lotus in the Philippines right here. And it's up to Carti Esports to try to topple that, because if they take this map right here, right now, then this is already a big achievement for the squad of Carti.
It's gonna be a full best of 3 if that does happen. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We just saw Oasis kind of slap around old Stinky Cat on Lotus earlier. So it's still pretty strong, right? A testament to what was just shown on screen earlier on broadcast. But of course, new team, new map, and they just finished another map that it took so much energy, some calling. They were taken to the absolute limit that last map. So I wouldn't be surprised if Oasis is dialed down a little bit here on map number 2.
I mean, if you look at Kelly's cam right there, somebody behind him was doing an Aspas cosplay, just trying to relax a little bit while the series is actually ongoing. That's Javi for you guys. And it's kind of a bad thing if you're on the enemy side, if you see that one of the top players on your enemy squad is actually chilling, because you know that their mental is going to be strong, you know that they're on form. And Javi has been the rock of the team so far. If you look at the stats, he hasn't been one of the more flashiest players that we have, since he is playing on that sentinel role. But what he provided for the team was consistency. The setups that he's had has been one of the factors that has made it very difficult for Carti Esports to actually penetrate every single site on the attack. But if you look at the numbers perspective, then you got to look at Kelly S and Marky, who has held up a lot of the frags, majority of them on the Oasis squad for Sunset. So when it comes to the head-to-heads, I mean, Oasis are almost certainly gonna take this Lotus map, if you have any arguments against that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised, really. I mean, the performance is just insane from these guys, consistent all across the board. You don't need one singular player to really pop off, and because of that, they're gonna be Cardi is gonna be put to the test. But here with the Agent Select, we're seeing a double initiator comp from the side of Cardi Esports. You got the Breach and the Fade, which is an interesting combo to say the least.
And this is a bit of a risk to actually pick up that chamber instead of the stronger sentinels that we've had, like, let's say, Javi 8K on that Killjoy, or definitely a Cypher that would actually lock away any sort of aggressive setups that you would have. But considering that they have Kelly S, who has the nade, has any point of util that can destroy a trap, as anything that would delay them from actually pushing in, then I think the chamber, relying on him to get the first blood before they can actually get themselves a retake, then I think that's more valuable than the trap itself. So relying on him to actually see if he can delay or at least kill off Kelly S before the retake gets going is going to be a huge thing on the defensive side. But on attack, the rubble fight is what I'm looking out for. They start on the attack for Carti Esports. Skull and Cuevas back on the Neon again. They go back to getting that flashpoint over at that main position, but they have to be careful about Tree because they double stack up on that side of the map.
And the thing here is, you can see that Carti Esports don't really have any other presence across the map, but it doesn't matter. They're going to get their way all the way inside of A. As soon as I say that they're going to need a little bit more presence through this map, Wit's going to take down Josh S. It's going to be a 3v4 in the post plant. So we're now counting down. But there's so many people on the side of Carti Esports that means they're even going to, I think they're strong enough to even push through this. Channy Boy tried to make his way over forward, but now equaling the numbers, Kelly S and Wits makes things a little bit easier.
Good blind. And they actually find out Astro. He's dancing around those
what?
bullets. Kelly S able to adjust. Bit of a panic on display, but 1v2. Slatham, cool and calm, as collected as he can be. He can try to go for the taps here, but Kelly S, he has the shot. He has the 3K, and he is on form in the grand final stage. They're low on HP, but they're high on morale. Oasis Gaming has gotten the pistol. And remember, every time that they got pistol, it has always been a slight favor for them when it comes to the bonus round, because every time that they have a strat on that rubble position, they capitalize on those short-range weaponry.
Yeah. They're gonna try and slow this down, actually. Because remember that here on Lotus, when they're playing on the defense, the thing about Oasis is, especially when they have the gun advantage, they're gonna try and take that rubble area. And because of that, you see Cardi not even investing a single person towards A. And now they're gonna have to slow it down. Try and find some weaknesses in the armor, some chinks in the armor of Oasis Gaming.
Very interesting that they leave Slatham on an island, not put Josh S in a position to playing that lurking position on the A side. A bit of a switch up, a bit of a pace change for Carti. So you remember your pistol round, they went as fast and furious as possible, but now they're looking for a pick. Now they're looking for a mispositioning out from Oasis. They decided to smoke up that C site, and they can think about opening up the door to see if they can fake some presence, fake some noise. But Dubstep's ready with that flash if ever that they actually make some presence over that waterfall position. But Arthy's doing a really good job of actually neutralizing that threat. Think that they can actually play around that tempo, play around that presence. Back on that A site where the bomb is actually being secured all the way back on that C site. Dubstep has given up the position, and he has left Javi AK to be the only guy, so they have a chance to push on through.
There it goes. What? Javi actually gets one. Not going to be able to convert that second now. Quick trades. That's going to be a free upgrade for Predator Esports, but the rotations are going to be coming in. Paranoia, try and slow things down. Spike's not even down yet. Now Channy Boy sealing the deal, puts down the spike. It's going to be a 3v4 here, but the problem is they're going to have to worry about all the weapons on the side of Oasis Wits. With the opening salvo, takes down Astro. That's going to be no smokes for the side of Predator Esports. They're now barreling towards death. Now, Paint Shells taking down Channy Boy. He will get a little bit of information out of the haunt, but now out of something that is in the air, I do not know what they're breathing in right now.
Just a different pace right here for the side of Carti. I mean, once they got a very confident push over that C side, they're able to give this weapon up over to Josh S, and that Bulldog putting a lot of work and Slatham with that haunt, as you mentioned. Utility on point, plus Josh S definitely red hot on the chamber so far. I put a lot of doubt into this chamber pick, but if he's able to make a lot of noise on this attacking half, then he will make a difference.
Definitely going to be making a huge difference here for this team. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, man. Absolute insanity coming in from Predator Esports to try and reverse what's already happened. Right now, they're going to slow it down once more. An aggressive smoke coming in from Oasis, knowing that they are going to be on the bad side of the economy this time around. Colin Cuevas already sliding in to the DMs of C sites, and they're already in.
Oh man, open door, and Wits has already popped two. That is a surprising attempt out for Oasis as they get three. Wits, the classic, a free gun upgrade for him. Just getting the space up just so that he could upgrade his gun up to the weaponry. We go. Channy Boy and Colin Cuevas hold up on that hall position. On the opposite end of things, right click in hand. Channy Boy, the only man alive, but he is dead. Within seconds, Oasis, if you remember, they were on an eco round, but they surprised them from the back lines. The door opening was a window of opportunity for Oasis to secure the 50 round, thanks to Wits.
Wow. I have no words, dude. Wow. It's just the performance from this team, right? Even if they're on the back foot, they're not gonna give up anything, honestly. They're gonna keep going. They're gonna keep making an attempt to continue their streak. And now it's 2-1 this time around. Josh S picking up the operator. I think this is gonna be an interesting pick, knowing that again, this guy is gonna be on the attack, but he is playing the chamber. On combo here to take down Kelly S.
Ooh, solid push shot for Colin Cuevas. Always so confident on relaying that space over to that rubble position. And it was Miss Dash too, so remember, the buffs to Neon has always given a lot more accuracy to when she is dashing on into the site. And mid gun round, has already gotten one over to the Kelly S position, so that's the ultimate already denied away from the captain himself. And Wit's already playing around the smoke now, but Carti has an option to actually open that baby door up and seal themselves 2 options instead of actually rushing to the A site where he's the only man alive.
All around. Timing gonna be taken. Hot. Not gonna find anything just yet. You can see the cogs turning the heads of Oasis Gaming. Dubstep takes down Colin Cuevas. So there's gonna be an attempt to try and retake A site, but the timing's all wrong. Somehow Oasis are able to get all these angles, and now that's gonna be the full Rolling Thunder committed onto the side just so they can make sure everything's secure. It's gonna be a 3v4. Astro holding off, gonna be found out by our Prowler. Double facing over onto here. Astro finds him despite being blind, but now it's gonna be a 3v1. Channy Boy, last man standing. Javi into the loving arms of this man. Mark is gonna clean things up. 3-1, Oasis Gaming.
And I don't know if that was an accidental smoke that was put on main, but Dubstep has fully accomplished his goal of being a nuisance, being a strong anchor on the squad, just hightailing it with that long-range tap from the Phantom, just slowing down the pace of Carti Esports before they can even have a chance to actually get a smooth transition over on A. And despite a really strong setup from that Rolling Thunder from Channy Boy, regardless if they win the round or not, it was already an expensive round to invest into. And they lose it altogether, which makes it even more difficult to invest into this Lotus map for the side of Carti Esports. Nice paranoia from Dubstep. Great shots from Channy Boy. But again, Oasis in their mid-ground calling has become the biggest difference when it comes to these high-pressure situations.
Again, I think the veterancy of the players on this squad as well is really making the difference between these two teams. I mean, yeah, Carti Esports, they have a solid core, right? We've seen Slavam, we've seen Channy Boy and Ichi Solo for the longest time, but they haven't always been playing at the top of their game. Right now, Oasis are in this spot where it's some strange combination of a honeymoon stage and just being top of the world.
I mean, they're top 3 for so long for a reason, right? And arguably, they could be in their strongest form so far this split. Oasis Gaming have a very long history as an organization in Valorant to be a very storied roster. But this is their time to shine. Remember that they were the ones who have qualified for the Philippine playoffs, but it is Colin Cuevas making the difference in the gun round, and that's the only rifle that they have, so they're able to keep on going. Then this hero buy is going to be everything for Colin Cuevas. He pushes on him, but the only rifle has been taken out of the picture. Oasis has found the space, and Dubstep has a perfect paranoia, pushes them outside of the door. Marky putting his name on the kill feed. Astro, nice shot. But Wits is here to trade it all off. 2v3 now. A bloody attempt at taking Rubble, and Channy Boy has to be careful because Happy has the space, leaving Josh S. Headshots through from the Headhunter. And has access to the Vandal, and 46 HP could have been the difference as Javi 8K walks into it, gets another. A 4th round win for Oasis as they continue their reign of dominance at the defensive side.
Wow. 4-1, we've seen this before. That's going to be the timeout called for the side of Carti. I mean, I like this though. We're seeing the use of utility from Carti Esports actually get them that space. I think step number 1, of course, was that rubble control. But this time around, I think they're really falling apart because of the fact that the immediate response, usually from Oasis, is to open up baby door. And as soon as that's opened up, that new option is out. There's just way too much pressure coming in from the side that Carti Esports, they get funneled over into 3, and there's nowhere else for Oasis to look other than that one singular angle.
I mean, one of the strongest things that Oasis has had for so long now is how quick they respond to every bad scenario dealt onto them, right? So fast rubble approach given, and even though they have given up the first blood over to Carti, Oasis has always found a way to like trade it off, not giving it up for free, right? Just always finding these small windows, always finding these small opportunities to capitalize against Carti Esports. And remember, they ignored entirely that stairs position, and that's given up the window for Marky to actually capitalize on that positioning. And I feel like the flaw that I've been seeing from a lot of duelists, especially for Colin Cuevas right now, is the amount of times that he has been pushing into sites very far forward without any sort of trade value whatsoever from Carti Esports. And that's been prevalent from the Sunset map. That happened in the last round, and that should be something that they need to address, especially in that timeout called.
Yeah, the spacing is just a little off, so that even if Colin Cuevas doesn't get that kill, there's still supposed to be something out of the space that he's able to take away. And because of that, right, the Oasis as a team, with the amount of defensive and offensive protocols they have, when they're given one small mistake, they can turn this into a gigantic amount of distance that has been covered, right? Knowing that, and when Colin Cuevas takes that space and he's gone, the next guy is all the way in main. What can you do?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They make a lot of noise over that rifle position. They invest so much utility, they even deplete the smokes out from the Viper of Oasis Gaming, prompting a slow crawl all the way back on that C site. Lots of attempts made on that C site aggress where Carti Esports have failed. And now, put all their eggs in one basket this time around. Investing everybody. I made a lot of noise already over at that C site, prompting Oasis
30 seconds left.
to get themselves over at that C site position. But they're still holding up on that A side for the core. The positioning of Marky with his ulti, now investing the Viper's spit, finding him.
What?
Smoke, but Javi 8K, the util is perfect, but Astro's even better. The trade has been working out for Carti. Finally, they convert through. The spacing has been cleaned up, and it's up to Oasis to reclaim the C site.
It's a 3v4. They're gonna be hard pressed here. You can see the Nightfall being brought out from the side of Cardi. Makes things a lot more hard. Even with this paranoia being brought out, it's just nothing they can do. They can hear everything. And Oasis just walk right into the meat grinder. It's gone. They're made into minced meat. Burgers even.
Damn. I wonder how an Oasis burger actually tastes like. You know? I mean, what do you put in there? Like an Oasis burger. You already got the coleslaw, which is Marky slaw. You know?
Last player standing.
Where do you get the patties? Where do you get the beef? Entirely, I feel like if Oasis decides to expand into burgers, I'd actually take a bite out of it.
Fair. But hey, it's 4-2 right now. Broken buy for the side of Oasis. I think you have one hero rifle. So Cardi should be pushing the advantage right now. Problem is, again, the thing about this team, right, is sometimes they get overconfident. They lose track of the actual spacing that they should be playing in here. Operator not going to be converting, and because of that, that's going to be a 3-man push from Oasis over towards A main. Just as Cardi wanted it to happen, it's going to be a full pivot towards C, and he should be able to hear this. Javi should know what's coming, and he does have the lockdown.
Yeah, he's calling upon the troops. A possible 4-man retake from the back as well, but he decided to put Kelly S over at that door position, possibly to take the space for himself. Kelly Cuevas, full confidence, taking the space for himself. Waterfall in full control of Carti, but he will look at the back lines. Oasis Gaming got mount control up in the process. How did they convert on down? Josh S misses the shot from the op, and that's a huge timing. They got out by Oasis. They push on, and Witz is the one to take first contact. Colin Cuevas has to be careful, pushes on, but Astro and Tanny Boy, they remind themselves who they are. They are Carti Esports. They've qualified from the playoffs, and they're here for a reason. Trying to topple one of the titans in the local scene, and they start with the third round, finding another window of opportunity to fight off Oasis Gaming in an attempt for a retake.
Moment of silence here. And you gotta feel it, man. There's this real lull in the Oasis camp right now, right? They just lost 2 rounds in a row, and not gonna be calling for a second time out because they already used the first. That means that they're starting to really feel this pressure. And now in response to the presence of the operator, it's gonna be an aggressive push coming in from Kelly S. He does have the showstopper in hand. And just like that, they push the button. Push the panic button, turn the other way. Wait for the rotations to come on through before you even try and take any kind of space.
And you think about it, right? At this point, Oasis, should be aware that they already invested both of their smokes. So this is the perfect chance for Carti to like push on towards that B site. They can't push on C. There is still a poison orb, and they have a stronghold on that site itself. So they overwhelm one guy, and Wits cannot hold this on his own. But Kelly S has responded to this call, possibly making B a bit of a stronger attempt at that defense. But that door, always a weapon that a lot of teams like to play around on the attack, and that's when they decide actually attempt that C site take. Javi, 8K, and Marky have held this at mixed results. What will happen if they push the buttons for the 4th time in a row? No. Party Esports is playing around this tempo, trying to see if they can put some mind games into Oasis Gaming, making doubt as a weapon. But Wits just knows better than that. Showstopper invested. Kelly S has gotten the mark. A second for Oasis as they fall back to what they know most. Gunplay in hand and winning the gunfights in the end. 5 versus 2. As Carti Esports, they walk into heavy 8K yet again. And they fail on getting any point of map control. It's all left up to Josh S. But the only option they have is to save the operator and punch it into the next round. A 5th for Oasis, and it's all because of strong fundamentals held on the defense.
Wow. So clean, dude. You can see it. I don't understand, right? The thing about Cardi Esports is as soon as they lose control of a round, everything just falls apart. There's no plan B. There is no mid-round calling that can possibly salvage this round for them. And this goes back to, again, our discussion before the game, wherein Oasis just has solid mid-round calling with the addition of Wits here. And the battle of, pun intended, the battle of wits between the IGLs it's just so far in favor of Oasis.
Oh man. And if you look at the screen right there, that's the man that you need to watch out for. Wits and Slatham heard the call and got himself a double. The initiators making the move for themselves, but it is Marky, the flexible man on Oasis Gaming. Always the stand-up guy when Oasis need him the most. That rubble control. Always the war of attrition that Oasis Gaming are so comfortable to fight up against. And if you think about it, that's the only time that they actually tried to win a 5v5 fight on that rubble position, because in a lot of the rounds Oasis actually decide to rely on that full setup on C site, have a bit of a passive approach on that A site where it's actually a lot more flexible if you think about that setup.
Calling Cuevas, first point of contact here, immediately answered back by so much utility, and the trap play from Mark as well takes down to Javi as well, adding on so much. And it's insane right now. Just in a matter of seconds, the round is over, but Astro, last man standing, trying to hold on, but it's not going to be enough. Josh S again left alone. Like, this is where we see why it's so important that you have a Sentinel that's able to hold off the aggression from your opposing team. And now it's a 1v3. What do you even do as a chamber at this point?
Yeah, no trap, no teammates. And I think his TP isn't even gonna get the cooldown at this point in time. So he fights off a 1v3 now. Josh S. There's a high-low setup that does not work in favor of Carti Esports. This is Dubstep in his domain, and he will claim his territory back on that B side. Oasis Gaming have gotten the 7th round, and at this point, this half is looking oh so impeccable so far on their defense. Oasis has been known to have very proactive setups and moments that you least expect it. And when they pushed out of B, you can see it in the setup for the Carti Esports squad. They never expected that whatsoever.
No, they did not, man. It's 7-3 right now. Where it's shaping up to be more and more of a dominant performance from Oasis here, especially since, well, you left Oasis's home open. What do you even do here, right? If you can't answer back, what do you do? But now, Colin was bringing out the overdrive that has been pulled out. Can't find a single thing. Javi and Wits taking it down single-handedly. Just these two guys. No backup needed. In a matter of seconds, Carti Esports are eviscerated.
Lightning strikes twice for Oasis Gaming. It was on B where they secured themselves an almost flawless victory, and this is where they made it official. A strong defense out from both of the most important players on Oasis, proving that B is not a strong position for Carti at all, overdrive or not. They're not able to convert at all against the defense on Oasis. And this is where they feel at most dangerous. When you put an op on one of the more passive players on Oasis, you know that he's feeling it so far in this matchup. Rubble control now being invested. Kelly S pushing on into the smoke of dubstep. You know that they want to push this Rubble aggression, and they're pushing it right now. Wits with one. Cullen Cuevas cannot contribute anything. They're seized up. They're tagged in. But Chani Boy and Josh S are answering back with the most that they got. A second from Josh. The 1v2 with a triple kill from Josh S. Has to pick up the gun, has to pick up the spike. Knows that Javi 8K is already on the other side of the map, so he has a lot of time to convert back on A. It's an op-B-op setup, a sniper duel for both of the Sentinels, but who will win it out?
Slow going here. We got still a minute on the clock. If I were Josh S, he'd be playing this as slow as possible, knowing that if he can try and bait out fake rotation from Javi here, knowing that, yeah, they were last seen on A, but he has no idea where he is.
Spike planted.
Oh man, this is a very painful scenario for both of these Sentinels. No idea where they could be coming from, although Josh S has a bit of an advantage. He knew Javi 8K was wiggling around that T-spawn, but Josh S has a good read. And Javi 8K up via battle, remember, but now he knows his position. And Josh S, he can still play around this positioning, but remember,
the lockdown
has held this lockdown for so long, and this is going to be painful for Javi. Now Josh has to find him a little bit faster than expected. Has to run away. Lockdown destroyed because he wrapped around that stairs position. Javi 8K now has the bomb. But this time he's playing into the Oasis territory. Pulls out his Kit Hunter, and Javi 8K had no time at all. The clutch from Josh S. Thankfully, he had it in the bag. 8-4 for the first half. And Oasis Gaming, yes, they had a lot of rounds checked for that first half, but you can never underestimate Carti Esports, especially Josh S.
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Absolutely disgusting performance. I mean, again, this time around, we didn't see Oasis just take down all the players from Carti Esports. In that last round, I think the spacing was a little bit better for the side of Carti, and because of that, they were able to actually convert that round. But now we're turning things around. Problem here for Carti Esports is the only Sentinel they have right now is going to be that Chamber, Josh S. Yes, he has been fragging out here for the entire first half. He's the top frag for his team after all. But the lack of a lockdown, the lack of all those important Sentinel utility might bite them in the butt later.
Yeah. And he just wants to take the proactive position right now. TP and hand over at that link door. He has a safety net, but he has to hit the shot. He wants to make this position count, but he is the one who takes damage. That's going to be a hard position to be in. He leave A open, play for the retake this time around. So it's Josh S who has to take that first contact. Has to make sure that his life is going to be more than everything for them. He pushes into the smoke, and Kelly S fakes full advantage. Early 5v4. Cullen Cuevas still already inside the side. Dubstep noted. And they get 2 over at that 3 position.
Now the problem is they're all compressed here. You've got all this utility being thrown out. Cullen Cuevas taking up all this space that could be necessary for Carti Esports to get in here. The problem is, again, this time they have no idea where the spike is planted. Now they're going to be able to see it. Post-plant utility being rated out here by Carti Esports down to the 2v3 with Javi 8K playing it out perfect. The timing here down to Cullen Cuevas. 1v2, 10 HP. Can he do it? No, he cannot. The second pistol round goes to Oasis Gaming.
And always reliable on these pistols are Oasis, where they find conversions all throughout that pistol round. And thanks to the push out over at that stairs position, Kelly S was able to not only deny Josh S, but also secure some space. Where they given up to the Oasis squad. Always on the attacking round where they feel most comfortable. Always felt like they always had a bit of a chance when it comes to these 1v1s, because not only can they strategize so well, but they can also punch so well as well. 9-4 for that second half, and well, if you look at it, you have all the guns in check, rifles across the board, a Vandal up for Kelly S as well. Dubstep looking to relay a lot of damage, a lot of punch in towards that defense, and Carti Esports are not giving any of that, just going back into the site where they think about what to do next.
And look at this flank as well. The Omen not really willing to take that space. I think this is something that they could have maybe abused a little bit. Because of that, now they're a little too careful, knowing that there's no Sentinel on the side of Cardi Esports. They have to actively protect these parts of the map with manpower and not utility. Because of that, look at this. Javi has made his way all the way inside of B undetected, and now Cardi Esports, they're scrambling to try and find something out of this.
Early aggress onto the B side as well. And if I'm not mistaken, Baby Door definitely a factor for them this time around. So a 5v4 retake for Carti. And if you look at the minimap, all sides, all bases are covered. They're not even thinking about the flank this time around. So what do they do after this? Bit of time left for this guy. Wits pushing in and already finding Josh S in response. Oasis Gaming, full confidence, pushing on. And you know that it's a flawless. If Oasis Gaming are playing on the Lotus map, that is a double-digit round win for the attacking half of Oasis Gaming. They are feeling themselves so far in a perfect second half. Well, this is going to be an opportunity for Carti. They have to catch up as fast as possible if they want to stand a chance in the home turf of Oasis Gaming.
Oh man, it's gonna be a tall task. It's 10-4 right now. Yes, they will have these guns up, but the problem is, again, this advantage of utility that Oasis have up against the party roster. Right? All you have is a chamber, so you have to be very proactive here. As you can see, Colin Cuevas already risking his life. Yes, there's gonna be a high-low setup, but looks like they're ready to explode at any given second. Now Josh S taken out on the other side of the map. There's just so much pressure, immense pressure from the other side. The Colat from Colin Cuevas to equal things up. But now Astro spotted out, taken down by Dubstep 3v2 again. But now Chatty Boy, what a great timing coming in from behind. Smoke's gonna be out. Flashpoint in response. It's gonna be a 2v2 Mexican standoff here to try and get that spike away. Now it's Javi left to do the most.
The proactive push shot again for the Oasis squad hasn't worked out in the end. It's Carti lined upon and getting the 2 versus 1 victory, but it's Javi 8K, one of the coldest clutch masters, but he misses again one of his utils, so kind of doesn't work out for him this time. Relying on someone to actually push out for him to make a mistake, but Javi 8K, he puts out his knife yet again. Something that you cannot do in that scenario. As Shiny Boy picks up the 3K, that's 3 ult orbs for him, and Carti Esports actually breaking the streak of Oasis Gaming, where they actually be getting their bearings after a very strong collateral from Colin Cuevas.
Just when they need it the most, man, they pull out around. Here we go. At least for the side of Carti Esports, they know that they're not dead in the water just yet. There is hope. But there was just so much economic damage done by Oasis in that last round. They're really going to have to build this up. Have to play a little bit more flawless, a little bit more careful. This time around, though, Paranoia going to connect over onto Colin. I think that was was it a team flash? I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Astro,
We're going to pretend it didn't happen. We're going to sweep that under the rug. Now, Josh S. Pulling it off, ADSing here, trying to find an interesting angle to try and get one, and he does. Kelly S gone from the map. That's going to be the entry from Oasis. Denied any kind of space.
Crispy chicken. Ang masasabi ko sa one tap na yun is Josh S. I know, right? At this point in time, where they're actually finding momentum in the bag. Slatum. Oh, he hesitates to peek in because Colin Cuevas already got the long angle, long cross, double peek on Wits. We'll get that one over to Josh S. That's a free C-site for the side of Oasis Gaming. In a split second, I thought that they had control, but they were too focused on that B site that they forgot that C was always the focus for Oasis, so they're reliant on the 4 versus 4 retake that Cuevas has to perform in. Overdrive in hand, has to push on towards that position. He pushes in towards Oasis, and that's not what you want to do. Marky gets a double. Astro with a 1v2. Has to clutch up. Has the smoke in hand, could isolate the gunfights, but it's a crossfire. It's Dubstep, and that's somebody that you do not want to face. It's the 11th round for Oasis, one step closer to tournament point.
You do not want to mess with this guy, man. It's insane. Josh S, yes, he does get 1 kill. You can see it, right? They can go toe-to-toe when it comes to the duels. But the problem here with Cardi Esports, specifically on this half, is the lack of utility that they need. The defensive utility is just not there. Yes, if you want to play chamber here, you need I don't know, some trap plays, something a little bit more creative if you want to be able to convert this. But Oasis are playing in a setup that's just way too good, or they can just continue to take risks. Look at this, Javi 8K doesn't even give a care in the world. Takes down Josh S with one singular shot.
Shooting gallery out from the B side, just pulling out all the random strats that they could. But Oasis Gaming, the Lotus map has always been their home, and they're showing why you do not pick Lotus on this team again. A 12-5, it is tournament point for Oasis. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the form that we've been looking out for Oasis all year long. And now they're demonstrating that they deserve to get themselves over to Predator League as one of the top tier teams.
One round away from winning the championship. Not just the championship, a slot in the Philippine qualifier for Predator League. And it all comes down to this one last round. The hope slowly fading out here for Cardi Esports. Colin Cuevas making the wrong bet. Showstopper brought out as well. One by one, the hopes and dreams of Cardi Esports are falling down to the ground. And they're running out of space. They're running out of time, running out of hope. Where are your friends? Slatham, the only one left standing here, standing between the good clan. Now Javi continuing his reign of terror is down to Castro, the one player who has so much utility here. He only has one paranoia, a couple of smokes, a shrouded step, but they're set up for victory here. It's a 1v4. The impossible task is way too much, and Oasis clinch the victory. They are your Predator Esports Circuit champions.
And you don't find the Oasis and expect to win a fight, ladies and gentlemen. This is their time to shine. And well, they are shining brightly on the grand final stage. Congratulations to Oasis Gaming. Throughout all their journey in the Predator local landscape, they have shown so much consistency. But this form from the Oasis Gaming roster is the best that we've had so far. In my eyes, it seems, man. I mean, across the board, everybody contributing on all fronts. The firepower is still there, but it seems like it has elevated ever since that they put in wits and dubstep. While the mid-round calling wasn't their perfect strength back then, now it is a 100% top-notch. I am feeling this Oasis Gaming roster.
Yeah, this roster is what would be closest to a super team, as I would even say out loud, man. That's not something you would easily say in the Philippine landscape. We have so many talents, so many players around here, but the form that Oasis are in right now, to this day, to this hour, they're easily the top team, at least in my opinion.
And they're not just the top team. I think they're the best team in the Philippines if we look at it from the long form perspective. Because if you look at it, I mean, what is their weakest map, right? Because I think it's very hard to veto against them. They have a very solid descent. Their Lotus is looking very strong. Every team bans their bind map anyways, so you don't know what to expect from this team at all. The only thing that I can hope for is if they could possibly outgun them in the Abyss map or try to out-aim their duel over at that Haven map. But we haven't seen a lot of teams actually attempt that, because every time Oasis has 2-0 their way over to the grand finals, and this time was no different from them.
Yeah, man, I wouldn't be surprised to see more of Oasis when it does come down to Predator League. But with that being said, of course, we do have to crown our MVP of the map. And I think this is going to be a pretty hard one, because all of them are just popping up. And now it's going to be Wits. 18 kills, 11 deaths, and 12 assists. That's a lot of assists from a Fade.
Yeah, and this guy, the newcomer on the Oasis Gaming roster, has definitely shown his worth, not only in the Oasis roster, but every time that he's in the team, he has shown his worth. He has always shown that he can be very valuable in these high pressure situations. And now that he's in Oasis Gaming, well, he is almost guaranteed to win at least one trophy. And this time, it is the Predator Esports Circuit. Oasis Gaming have not only proven their worth, but they have given themselves the spot over to the Predator League Philippine qualifiers, which also means just 60,000 pesos richer. And if we look at the tournament bracket overall, it was a long-fought victory for them from the beginning, because old Stinky Cat was no slouch whatsoever. And when they faced up against Carti Esports, they had no idea what they were up against. But then when it came to the challenge, they were not scared at all to take them on one by one.
Nice and clean. I mean, it was a 2-0 for both matches for Oasis here. Like absolute domination, especially specifically on Lotus. And I wouldn't be surprised like when it comes down to when we actually get to Predator League, then things will get a lot messier for this team. But that being said, of course, congratulations to Oasis Gaming. But next up on the calendar, we have Predator League.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a bit of a long time before we actually get there. But before anything else, I think we can make it official that the road to Predator League Philippine qualifiers is definitely up and ready. Gear up for the ultimate esports showdown. Compete, dominate, and represent in the Philippine Predator League Philippine qualifiers for Valorant as well as Dota 2. So happening from September to November. Well, September definitely is a birth month for me, It's going to be one heck of a challenge for everybody who is up for grabs. So not only will you see Oasis Gaming, not only will you see SR Nakage, the core that has won from Kings of PH, you'll see a lot of teams that have their chance to shine on the big stage. Just stay connected and you can get all the latest updates on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram and more. So you could get ready to make your mark right here in the Philippine Valorant local scene. As that day, well, today at least, has been one heck of an historical one. A new champion and a top 1 team to watch out for. My name is Ramon. With me is Josuave. We have had the pleasure of casting all throughout the Predator Esports Circuit playoffs, and we'll see you, ladies and gentlemen, in Predator League 2024.
Standing. Thrifty. One enemy remaining.
Bullseye.
One enemy remaining. No escape. My ultimate. Last player standing. Last player standing. Thrifty.
Hey, cage triggered.
Last player standing. Attackers win. You should run.